Before we hop in the show, I wanted to let you know that if you wanted to support the show and listen to the show early, you can do that on Patreon. We've got a lot of other stuff in there as well, some benefits for you if you sign up. But the skinny of it is, if you support the show on Patreon, you get to listen to it early before it goes out in podcast feeds. Additionally, we've put together an Amazon storefront of all the books I mention in this podcast. Listen, I started reading history books because I was listening to history podcasts, and the podcasters were talking about the books they were reading, so I figured, hey, I should probably go read that book. Well, I figured it'd be a good idea to collect all the books for the To the Sound of Distant Guns series and put them into an Amazon storefront link. So we've got that linked down for you below if you want to check out the books that I've been reading for this show and you want to look at them yourself. There's no extra cost to you if you decide to purchase those books through the Amazon storefront link, but it will help me out a little bit. So if you decide to purchase through that link, we would be immensely grateful. We'll have a longer announcement section here at the end of the show, but without any further ado, let's get into the show. L.P. Hartley wrote in 1953 that the past is a foreign country. They do things differently there. When you're going back and you're trying to figure out why people did some of the things they did in the past, you almost have to factor that in, that people do things differently there. The past is a fascinating place, and yet it is fraught with humanity, people making mistakes. And I always try to remind myself when I'm doing these shows that the past is different. People do things differently, and they think differently. As time changes, so do the people that live there. And I think if you're going to take anything away from this show coming up, that you might just need to remind yourself that in the 1860s, the 1850s, that the past was different, that people living back then were different than you and me. They thought differently. This is going to be a show that's going to deal with a lot of difficult subjects. Slavery, separation, disunion. These are subjects that people still argue about now. And we're going to try and dive into them here in this show. And you probably shouldn't do that, but we're going to do it anyway. And I want to warn you, I know there's a warning here in the show, but want to cover all my bases. I do this to study the people and try and understand maybe now how things were the way they were, how they got to be so bad. How did we even get a civil war? Well, this show is going to try and answer that question. So with my content warnings out of the way, I want to make sure that nobody is offended out of the gate before we even get this thing going. I want to remind you all that I do love everyone and I wish the best for you all. And it's worth reminding you that, the past is different. The past is a foreign country. They do things differently there. Well, we're going to dive into that hypothesis today and look at 1850s and 1860s America and see how differently things were there and look at the mistakes and the foibles and the anger and angst that led to a civil war that claimed the lives of, some say, up to 1 million men. All of that and more coming up here in To the Sound of Distant Guns, Part 1.
I shall not seek, and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president.
There can be no peace in the world until the military power of Japan is destroyed.
We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender.
From Dallas, Texas, the flash, apparently official, President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Do you ever wonder what that moment was like when Frankenstein got to see his monster, see this creation of his? Do you ever wonder what that moment would have looked like in his brain when he realized that despite the good things he may or may not have done, that it's going to be ultimately ruined because of the flaw, the mistakes? In Mary Shelley's case with Frankenstein, the mistake was perhaps it was dangerous to ever bring Frankenstein to life at all, to mess with life and with death. But what do you think that moment was like regardless, where in Frankenstein, like if you could be a fly on the wall of his brain to see the synapses firing and see that moment of realization, what did that look like for Frankenstein, to see his monster come alive and to see the mistake, the great mistake that is Frankenstein's monster? Moments like that, when you see, maybe despite all the good you might have done, that there was a bug in the system, a fatal flaw in the code, that despite all the goodness, maybe the rest of the code is beautiful and wonderful and serves humanity and is great, but there's a bug. And that bug has the power to ruin the entire thing, to make it all worthless. The American founding fathers are a bit like Frankenstein's monster in that they've created this beautiful thing, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, all of this. They've fashioned a state that has never existed before. And yet, there's a bug in the code. And you wonder, was there ever a moment when they realized what the bug was? And do they ever have a moment where they realize that there's the bug and then also the implications of what the bug means? I was doing some research for this podcast trying to chase down that question, like, did they ever see it coming? By it, I mean the Civil War in 1861. Did they know that, nearly 100 years after they established the United States of America, that it would split because of a bug in the code? Did they know that was on the horizon? And in doing some research to try and answer that question, I found a letter by Thomas Jefferson where I like to think he realized that there was a bug in the code, that he saw something on the horizon that terrified him. He wrote a letter in April 1820 to a man named John Holmes. And in that letter, he sort of reckons with this, the argument on the horizon, the schism that he sees is coming. And he's got to reckon with, are they going to ruin this great thing that we've built? Are they going to kill our infant in the cradle before it even gets a chance to walk, before it even gets the chance to flower and become something special? Thomas Jefferson wrote in 1820, quote, "I regret that I am now to die in the belief that the useless sacrifice of themselves by the generation of 76 to acquire self-government and happiness for their country is to be thrown away by the unwise and unworthy passions of their sons, and that my only consolation is to be that I live not to weep over it. If they would but dispassionately weigh the blessings they would throw away against an abstract principle more likely to be affected by union than by scission, they would pause before they would perpetrate this act of suicide on themselves and of treason against the hopes of the world." End quote. What's the bug in the code, you might wonder? What is the thing that the Founding Fathers failed to fix that was going to rear its ugly head in the 1860s? The bug in the code was slavery. And Thomas Jefferson in 1820, nearing the end of his life, knowing that he's not going to live to see the outcome, he is despairing because he realizes they didn't nip this thing in the bud and that eventually it was going to come to blows. And he's writing this letter almost begging Holmes or exhorting him just to maybe realize what they might be sacrificing if they dissolve the Union that was created in 1776. He's saying, don't be foolish, come back from the brink. It's not worth it. And yet this story, the events that take place in the 1800s leading up to the American Civil War, it's this battle of identity. It's this crisis where the United States is trying to reckon with this bug in the code. And for many years, they're trying to excise this demon without going to war. And then when they can't, war inevitably comes. And I like to think that Thomas Jefferson mourned the inevitable because he knew this was a situation that could only be solved through blood. And in 1820, 40 years before the inevitability, eventually occurs, Thomas Jefferson is mourning it. And even 40 years before the fact, he could have had no idea how nasty it was going to get. This is the sort of show where I have to do all of my warnings beforehand. We're going to talk about some stuff in this show that you probably shouldn't talk about in podcasting. You should not bring up slavery. You should not bring up, states' rights and the arguments that Confederacy makes to justify seceding from the Union in the 1860s. We're going to talk about some stuff that's it's part of the black spot on American democracy. It's the things that we don't necessarily like talking about in public. We get uncomfortable. And yet we probably should talk about these things. We should understand them. We should know why these things happened. If for no other reason than it's nice sometimes to look yourself in the mirror and see, how you made mistakes in the past. We're talking collectively here as a people. Look at the past. Look at the things that we've done in the past that were mistakes and see how we can learn from them. There's that way. You could also just look at this as it's a story. It's a narrative. It's not one of the more glowing narratives. It's not one of the more easy to talk about narratives. There's a lot of different elements to this. You have a political element. You have a moral, personal element. And there's a lot of different things that we're going to try to weave into this conversation, but it's a conversation that you're not going to have very often. And so I almost would be remiss without warning you ahead of time. We're about to get into some things that are going to be uncomfortable. And if I offend everybody in the process, I'm very sorry. I do not do this with any offense in mind or intending to give offense. I love everyone. And this is a human story as much as it is anything else. And there's a lot of fallibility in the human condition. And we're going to point out quite a bit of moral failings and on both sides of an argument here, because in a lot of ways, nobody here is exempt. They say about the 1800s that nobody was your friend. If you were to hop into a time machine and teleport back to, 1858, Washington, D.C., what you would see would appall you. You would see slave pens, people literally herded into cages, awaiting being sold. Upsetting stuff. We're going to try and get into the mind of the people that did these things, but also the people on the other end of the spectrum. Because like I said, nobody's your friend. If you try and apply modern morality on people of the past, you're going to find these people wanting, because they all failed by modern standards. I think we're looking at the most racist 100-year period maybe ever. And the justifications for a lot of these sins are hilarious, at least by modern standards. But at the time, people really firmly believed these things. And I guess as one part of this whole compendium experiment, it's looking at how do people believe some of the things that they believe? How are they so misguided? What caused them to, where did it go wrong? What happened? because it's a human story on so many different levels. So again, I do not mean to offend. I love everyone. Hopefully, this will be a constructive conversation, but if not, maybe this isn't the show for you. Tune back in when we're going to talk about something a bit more benign next time. I can guarantee you that whatever subject comes up next, it will probably be more benign than this one. Now, I want to start this off with a controversial statement. The Founding Fathers, I think, are, the barometer for democracy, for freedom. We idolize them. We look back on the Founding Fathers incredibly fondly because if you look at what they did in their time, they did something that had never been done successfully before. A democratic republic with peaceful transfers of power every, 4 to 8 years. This concept, this experiment, had never worked. It had been attempted, and it just had never worked. There'd been ideologies wrapped up into this thing. There'd never been able to be the peaceful transfer of power and all of this. Like, it almost can be taken for granted how much of a secular miracle it is that the Founding Fathers were able to accomplish what they accomplished. The country that is born, in 1783, after the Revolutionary War is over, once the war effort's done and the Founding Fathers sit down to plan out, okay, we have, declared our freedom. We've broken off from Britain. What kind of country are we going to be? That period onward is incredible. And yet, like all humans, they're fallible. They make mistakes. And the Founding Fathers did make some mistakes. And you're going to listen to that and you're going to be like, oh my gosh, the Founding Fathers haven't made mistakes. They're perfect. They're infallible. They forged this great nation. What are you talking about? They made mistakes. I think in some ways they shied away from the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room, in my mind, again, not a historian. I'm a fan of history. I'm a history nerd, but not a historian. So when I say this, you probably should take it with some grain of salt. But they didn't address the slavery elephant that was sitting in the room when they were making all these decisions. There's 3 things written into the Constitution affecting slavery most, generally. You have a clause that dictates that slaves are worth 3/5 of a human in terms of representation in Congress. It's the 3/5 clause, I guess, imaginatively named. So a slave is worth 3/5 of a human in the House of Representatives when you're determining representation. So Southern slave states that are pretty much half and half, slaves and, slave drivers, when they're determining representation, those slaves are going to count for almost a person, but not quite. There's also the slave trade clause, meaning that they weren't going to ban the importation of slaves until 1808, meaning international slave trade, it's still on, but until 1808. And I believe in 1807, it was finally banned. So they jumped the gun by a year, but they put a ban in, saying they weren't going to rock the boat too much until, 25 years later. And then there's the fugitive slave clause that required the return of runaway slaves to their owners. This is very hard to reconcile because these are the same men that ratified and wrote that all men are created equal with certain inalienable rights. How is it possible that slaves are dictated as 3/5 of a human, and yet you also have these same men saying, crying for rights, for representation? The Revolutionary War is started in large part, I guess, because the colonies were not receiving proper representation in British Parliament. Well, how's that possible? How do you rationalize that? And this is where the Founding Fathers made mistakes. There's this moral thing happening where the Founding Fathers don't recognize slaves as humans, and yet trying to found the most free system of government that's ever existed. How do you get to the part where you have this dichotomy, where you have this open hypocrisy happening? And I'm trying to figure out where you start this whole narrative. It's difficult, but you almost have to start it with, okay, here's what people thought. We have to start with a base level of understanding of what's even going on in the minds of these people, because it's backward. It doesn't make any sense. And yet, this is a very prevalent mode of thinking in the 1800s, this mode of thinking that slaves are not human. And so, a lot of times you're going to go back and read writings where people are talking about freedom for people. And slaves are not included in that. And so as the slave trade ramps up domestically in the 1800s, you start, when the founding fathers found the country, the slaves, there's many of them, but it's not to the level that it reaches in the 1850s. And so as this thing ramps up, you superimpose some of the ideas that the founding fathers had about the institution, the peculiar institution as it's called. You superimpose some of those ideas and you paste it on such a wider canvas once there's like a greater group of people that it applies to. There's a story in the Bible about Noah, and he becomes drunk and he's lying naked in his tent. And Ham, one of his sons, sees his father lying naked in his tent, and he tells his brothers, Shem and Japheth. So then the brothers cover their father without looking at him. And then when Noah wakes up, he learns what Ham did, that Ham saw him in his nakedness and then told his brothers, and then the brothers didn't look at him, but they covered him. So what Noah does when he wakes up is he curses Canaan, Ham's son, to be forever a servant. It's a very odd story, and I think you can read into it a lot of different things. It's one of those apocryphal sort of Bible stories that probably doesn't mean on the face of it what you think it means. There's probably something, deeper to it than just what it means on its face. But you get this moment where Noah curses Ham's son to be forever a servant. And then this idea that Canaan and his descendants, they inherit this curse of Noah, this prophecy of Noah, and it gets pasted over all of Canaan's descendants forevermore. They're always cursed to be servile. In 1823, Minister Frederick Dalco in Charleston, he cites this prophecy of Noah as a means of, reconciling slavery. He says, quote, "The prophecy of Noah was to be fulfilled, not in the individuals named, but nationally in their descendants." End quote. Meaning, when Noah cursed Ham's son, Canaan, in Bible times, in an apocryphal Bible story, it's taken to mean that forevermore, Canaan and all of his descendants are meant to be slaves, and that, there's no proof of who the descendants are. We don't know exactly who they are, but it's generally accepted that Canaan's descendants are African slaves. You do some moral jumping there. You go from, Canaan to African slaves. How do we get there? I don't know, but people got there. And they took this Bible story to mean that all of slaves from Africa were the descendants of Canaan, and therefore it was a moral good, or it was just a fact of life, a curse from God that they were meant to be slaves. The other argument for antebellum slavery is Aristotle, the great thinker from ancient Greek times. He wrote a book or a collection of essays called The Nicomachean Ethics. And in this book, he talks about slavery, and he talks about it in the context of ancient Greek slavery, so 300s BCE. You gotta remember, he's talking about it in the context of 300s BCE slavery, and this is a slavery where Greeks would fight each other, and as a product of these wars that they would be in, they would take slaves as part of their prizes of conquest, I guess. And so there would be this created underclass of slaves that, Greek aristocracy would use to do their menial tasks. You also have the Spartans at this period in time that have the Helots, which it's very similar actually to antebellum slavery in that slavery for almost all of time, except in this moment when the Spartans have their Helot slaves, it is this conquest where you go conquer a city, you take, men, women, children as slaves back to your city state, and then they, serve you. This happens in the Bible. This happens in ancient times. Slavery is kind of this ubiquitous thing, but it's not slavery in a race-based sense. It's just, you lost, you're a slave. They didn't care where you were from. It didn't matter. You could be Persian, you could be Greek, you could be, from North Africa, anywhere in the Mediterranean, you could be an Italian. It didn't matter. If your city-state was conquered by another city-state, they would take you as, a prize of conquest. And so there's not this odd moral bending that happens with these slaves. And yet, Aristotle is pondering this at a time when slavery is not as, convoluted as it becomes in the 1800s. In 300s BC, it's a very simple idea. You lose a war, you become a slave. But Aristotle takes it a step further in his Nicomachean Ethics. He's talking about the idea of natural slaves, about groups of human beings that are just more predisposed to be slaves than other human beings. And he does this somewhat as a justification, I suppose, of the slavery that's happening in ancient Greece. He's defending it. He's also trying to rationalize, how do you even get to a point where you have slaves and non-slaves? What does that look like? And Aristotle in the 300s BCE, he's having this conversation like a hypothetical. He's saying some people don't necessarily believe this is true, but there's things that you can see that are obvious. First thing he says that are obvious is that natural slaves, they have physical representations that, denote that they're natural slaves. He says that, quote, there are people that are as different from others as body is from soul or beast from human, end quote. He says it's not very difficult to notice because there's psychological deficiencies as well. So there's the physical manifestations of these psychological differences. Aristotle continues, quote, this nature tends to make bodies of slaves and free people different too, the former strong enough to be used for necessities, the latter useless for that sort of work, end quote. If you'll notice, this is like this difference between an aristocracy and this grunt slave class. And Aristotle is taking this grunt slave class and saying, yeah, there's physical differences. They look different. They act different. They, their brains work differently. And I suppose if we're doing this in a very, concrete sense, if you spent your entire life not working, living a life of leisure and thinking, your body would look probably quite different than somebody who spends their entire life out in a field, perhaps, or, doing manual labor. There would be physical differences there, and yet it wouldn't necessarily be a natural thing. Obviously, it would be something that is acquired over time. You'll see, too, in Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, that he's talking about cognitive differences between slaves and non-slaves, natural cognitive differences. And he explains it as just that this fact of life, slaves naturally, cognitively, lesser. And, you can listen to this and these premises sound foolish because to the modern mind, we just can't wrap our minds around this mode of thinking. And yet in the 1800s, this sounds very familiar, doesn't it? This sounds like a lot of the things that you're told about slave drivers in the antebellum South. The legacy of this argument comes across in a couple different points, that slavery's necessary for a leisured aristocracy. Slavery benefited the enslaved because this is what they're made to do. They're natural slaves. They're not mad about their bondage. This is what they were made for. This is their lot in life. And slavery is justified because some people, and in the antebellum South, you combine the curse of Ham, the curse of Canaan, with this Aristotelian logic that slavery was justified because some people, black people, were inherently less rational and intelligent. You're jumping into some mental hoops here that are tough to rationalize in the modern mind. And yet in the ancient mind, this is the kind of conversation the Greeks are having. They're saying non-Greeks are natural slaves, and then slaves themselves are natural slaves, and it gets superimposed on the South. And as slavery grows, you're getting this rationalization that kind of grows along with it. In the 1820s and 40s, these ideas of Aristotle are blooming. The ideas of the curse of Canaan are blooming, and they flower in odd ways. In 1840, slavery's no longer described as a necessary evil. The Founding Fathers, when they're writing all these documents, I think they approach, and it's different for everyone, so it's tough to make blanket statements, but they sort of approach slavery as it's a necessary evil, it's a blight, we want to slowly get rid of it, but we can't do it right now because to just do away with it would wreck our economy, so we're going to do it slowly. And I think the prevalent idea amongst the Founding Fathers was if you allowed slavery to die out, it would. It would run its course. Slavery is running its course in Europe by the end of the 1700s, early 1800s. There's religious revivals, and along with it, slavery is slowly starting to die out. In the early 1800s, it really gets going and starts to die out. And the Founding Fathers have this idea that if you eventually banned the international slave trade and you sort of cut off that artery of supply to the United States, that it would naturally die off within the United States without that artery. You just couldn't do it immediately because it would wreck the economy, right? Well, in 1840, this necessary evil that the Founding Fathers and early American fathers are reckoning with, it's turned into, quote, a great moral, social, and political blessing, a blessing to the slave and a blessing to the master, end quote. This is, a lot of people are espousing this different idea. That specific quote is from James McPherson's book, A Battle Cry of Freedom. But this idea percolates that it had civilized, quote, African savages, end quote, and provided them with cradle-to-grave security that contrasted favorably with the miserable poverty of free labor in Britain and the North. By releasing whites from menial tasks, it elevated white labor and protected it from degrading competition with free Negroes. Slavery eliminated the specter of class conflict that would eventually destroy free labor societies, for it, quote, promotes equality among the free by dispensing with grades and castes among them, and thereby preserves republican institutions, end quote. So there's this push and pull between whites about what slavery actually means for the white race. And I'm saying this conscious of, how terrible it sounds, how racist it sounds. But there is this idea in the southern states, in the southern United States, where if you have slaves, it removes the potential of class conflict, whereas in the North, where you have free labor, and they've adopted that in factories and industry, you have the potential for class conflict to sprout up there. But in the North, there's this prevalent idea that because you have free labor, it allows for upward mobility amongst your working class. It allows for your economy to evolve, for it to be unique or somehow better able to sort of react to market conditions as they change. Whereas in the South, if you're beholden to one type of, labor, of one type of economy, one export, if you're only doing the one thing and you're not diversifying your economy in any way, you're very beholden to that one thing. And this will sort of blossom later on into the cotton is king movement, where the South embraces what they're exporting, cotton, tobacco, coffee, other exports as well. But they rally around these exports and the singularity, I guess, of these exports. And it becomes this very complicated sort of a thing where you have, buttressed all your feelings, your racist feelings, with certain biblical anecdotes, with Aristotelian anecdotes. You've sort of created this glass house if you're a person in favor of slavery. And it becomes apparent in a letter that Robert E. Lee wrote to his wife, where Robert E. Lee is an individual that is not an outspoken proponent of slavery. In fact, you could say he is potentially in favor of the institution slowly dying off. I'm observing what he has said when I say that, so I don't have any concrete evidence necessarily to prove that. But it seems to be a thing where if Robert E. Lee is against slavery, he's in a way against it for the long term. But he also has this weird rationalization thing going on. So when he's talking to his wife, he's rationalizing it. And it's odd, but I think it does sort of represent a very large amount of moderates. You have your radicals on one side of this, where they're so tied to the institution that it's, slavery or bust. And then you also have moderates which kind of view both sides of it. Lee wrote to his wife, quote, "In this enlightened age, there are few, I believe, but what will acknowledge that slavery as an institution is a moral and political evil in any country. It is useless to expatiate on its disadvantages. I think, however, a greater evil to the white man than to the black race. And while my feelings are strongly interested in behalf of the latter, my sympathies are more strong for the former. The blacks are immeasurably better off here than in Africa, morally, socially, and physically. The painful discipline they are undergoing is necessary for their instruction as a race, and I hope will prepare and lead them to better things. How long their subjugation may be necessary is known and ordered by a wise and merciful providence. Their emancipation will sooner result from the mild and melting influence of Christianity than the storms and tempests of fiery controversy." End quote. So I spent a lot of time here at the beginning just trying to break down the why, the mental makeup, and I feel like I've only scratched the surface a little bit. But bear all this in mind, because this is somewhat a norm amongst a lot of people, Northerners included. This is how a lot of people feel about African Americans. And I try to kind of think about this from the perspective of the modern mind, with my own mind. And not in the sense that I'm trying to apply modern morality to it, but I'm trying to understand how it's even possible that we get to a place where these sorts of things are being written, where Robert E. Lee is writing to his wife and saying that African Americans, that black slaves are far better off in subjugation here in the United States of America than they would be alternatively if they had been allowed to, grow up in Africa. How do you think that? Because, in my modern mind, where every human has an innate worth, that is an incredibly difficult place to get to mentally. I've been trying, and I haven't even started recording this show because I've tried to put myself into that mental makeup, and it's been impossible. I guess what's difficult sometimes about these shows is you try and think about things from a lot of different angles and, play devil's advocate at times. And I try and do this not from a sense of, I guess, absolving people who have felt things that are now modernly abhorrent, but to try and get into like the human psyche of it. How do you, get to a point where you believe people are better off in subjugation without their freedom, being owned by another human, almost like they're cattle, an ox, a capital investment, to the point that in the South, you're going to have obviously your rich oligarchic planter class, but you're also going to have, and this again boggles the mind, you're going to have people from the North, investors, that will go in with some other investor buddies and they will purchase slaves, purchase a plantation, and get in on the cotton, business. As I was going through culling sources for this show, I found where Winston Churchill in the 1950s wrote about the outbreak of the Civil War. He wrote a whole history where he includes the Civil War, but from a distinctly British perspective, from across the pond, not necessarily biased, which is a fascinating perspective to kind of grab for this whole thing. Churchill writes about American slavery. And you also got to keep in mind with Churchill as a source for these kinds of things, Winston Churchill is an incredibly racist individual. He believes some of the Kool-Aid. In fact, he's born in the 1800s, so he's born not long after these events take place. And, like we mentioned before, the 1800s are perhaps the most racist century in human history. So Churchill comes out of that, but he's grown up in a period in time when things are changing. And when he writes what I'm about to quote, he writes this in the 1950s. So it's post-World War II, and the world has changed a bit. And so his views have gone progressively out of date. Now, he still holds these views. And so when he writes about things, you might notice little turns of phrase that are no longer acceptable. So you just sort of have to bear that in mind. But it's the things that he pulls that I find fascinating. And he writes in his book, The Great Democracies, about how even the Methodist churches and Southern pulpits and ministers were getting involved in the slavery business. And again, it boggles the mind. If you even take it to a certain extent where, ministers are owning people, you wonder, how is that possible? We opened with this as a bug in the code. It's not just a bug in the code, it's a fly in the ointment. It's the whole thing is just so backwards. And again, that is the modern approach to this. But, Churchill points this out, this weird dichotomy, this hypocrisy. And I'll read what Churchill wrote in The Great Democracies. Quote, "It's almost impossible for us nowadays to understand how profoundly and inextricably Negro slavery was interwoven into the whole life, economy, and culture of the Southern states. The tentacles of slavery spread widely through the northern free states, along every channel of business dealing and many paths of political influence. One assertion alone reveals the powerlessness of the community to shake itself free from the frightful disease which had become part of its being. It was said that over 660,000 slaves were held by ministers of the gospel and members of different Protestant churches. 5,000 Methodist ministers owned 219,000 slaves. 6,500 Baptists owned 125,000. 1,400 Episcopalians held 88,000, and so on. Thus, the institution of slavery was not only defended by every argument of self-interest, but many a Southern pulpit championed it as a system ordained by the Creator and sanctified by the gospel of Christ." End quote. And I think it must be said that you've got all sorts of different individuals that are taking part in this peculiar institution. Obviously, the mental makeup for a lot of individuals is wild, to say the least, but it leads to just this very odd progression as the cotton gin is invented in 1794 and production increases and capitalism kind of comes into the whole mix. You get a very odd mixture that is incredibly difficult to describe simply. And I've read many books on this, and they usually spend about 100 pages trying to describe the many different nuances because, to describe it in broad strokes is to be it's a disservice to the history. To say every human who took part in the slave trade was a certain archetype of human being, and to say that every slave was a certain archetype of slave would be false. You have this like varying degree. And it feels very odd to say out loud because you want to believe almost the archetypes because it makes it simpler to understand. It makes it easier to grasp onto. If you create archetypes of the slave master, it makes it very easy to rationalize. Oh, they're terrible, they're disgusting, abhorrent, right? And fair, true. If you make an archetype of the slave, it makes it easier to compartmentalize. And yet it's not that way. But you have many, many instances of just horror. And this is where it's so difficult to talk about. And it's why I give a disclaimer at the beginning, because you can't miss the forest for the trees with this. When we talk about this awful institution, we need to all be working from the same point of view, that it's an awful institution. It's a blight. It's a terror. It's a horror. And yet, when we're trying to perceive this with the historian's lens, you have to do it with, making the caveats that it's not the same for everyone. It looks different depending on where you are and who you're talking to and what you're observing. And yet, you're going to have a lot of instances where people will go and observe slave markets, like the one in New Orleans or Charleston, and you get firsthand accounts that are unsettling, to say the least. Frederick Law Olmsted wrote a book called The Cotton Kingdom in 1861, where he's traveling in the South and he observes a slave market in the 1850s. He writes about the slave market, quote, "A mother and her 2 daughters were crying bitterly. She was to be sold separately from her children. The auctioneer said, 'Stop that noise. Dry up, I tell you, or I'll give you something to cry for.'" End quote. John Parker was an enslaved man, and he was sold in the market in New Orleans. His account was quoted in a book, They Knew Lincoln. And John Parker writes about his experience in the New Orleans market, quote, "The buyers examined us like we were animals. They looked at our teeth, felt our arms, told jokes about how strong we were. I remember thinking, this isn't a market, it's a slaughter pen." End quote. One of the more awful examples is from Harriet Jacobs' memoir, Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, which came out in 1861. You'll notice a couple of these come out in 1861, and it probably is worth mentioning that these are going to be slightly propagandist in nature based on when they're coming out. Think of the temperature in 1861 politically. Radicals have taken over the center, so you're going to have people on the far edges of this slavery conversation coming out and making statements. So you're going to get extremist views of, abolition and pro-slavery views. And again, to call them extremist almost sounds terrible, but you're going to get we have to get rid of the institution immediately on one side, and here's the horrors of it, and here's why it's terrible. And on the other side, you're going to have the pro-slavery views that say, hey, if we, get rid of the institution or incite further digression, we're going to have a slave rebellion and all the white people are going to get murdered. But on the one side, the abolition side, Harriet Jacobs writes her reflections of her time as a slave. She writes, quote, "One young girl who had just reached her 16th year was sold to a man who boasted that he only bought her for her beauty. Her mother was also in the same lot, but was sold to a different purchaser. The poor girl clung to her mother in agony, begging to be sold together. She was dragged away by the auctioneer. Her cries and sobs filled the air, but no one intervened. The mother, whose heart was breaking, could only stretch out her arms toward her child in mute despair. Such scenes are of a daily, nay, of hourly occurrence." End quote. You get this progression, right, where the stakes are so high morally. When you see instances like this where families are torn apart, and you have on the one hand of the argument, you have, pro-abolitionists primarily in the North saying, these are human beings with certain inalienable rights. They don't buy into the whole curse of Ham. They don't buy into the Nicomachean ethics. They don't buy into some of these rationales that Southerners have kind of used, whereas the Southerners, don't believe that they're humans. You get this divide that's clearly so broad. And when I was reading Bruce Catton write about this, he doesn't rationalize it, but he sort of explains it. There is a clear difference economically, morally, politically, socially, and slavery seems to be the center divide between these two differing cultures and peoples, because it does become clear by the 1850s, you have in the North a certain set of individuals and peoples that make up the North, and then in the South you have a clearly different, morally, socially, group of individuals that make up that culture. Slavery seems to grow because of this, new connectedness between foreign markets and the producer. This is the other element of this capitalistic, foreign markets, purely economical argument, right? If that is even an argument that's possible to make, the purely numbers and spreadsheet element of this. But there is this sudden growth in demand, foreign demand, European demand, sugar, cotton. They become dependent on American markets and American production, which is primarily coming from the southern United States. America had been pastoral, spread out, decentralized, localized to small communities, but spread out. And with these emerging markets, they were suddenly connected to England, France, Netherlands, etc. So this new demand created by European markets then fosters a further need for slave labor. The South could produce cotton incredibly cheaply with the cotton gin as it proliferates. And so there's this scalability that seems to grow where you're going to have business partners go in on a plantation together. They're going to buy their slave population and, hire an overseer. It's an investment thing. It's a very, very odd, peculiar sort of an instance. And this seems to be a common thing. You've got this obviously oligarchic planter class in the South that are tied to it, that, it becomes a cultural thing, but you've also got investors in the North that are getting in on this thing as well. It's kind of like a gold rush. By the 1850s and 60s, it would have been impossible for there to be like this cold turkey quitting economically. Divorced from the moral part of this, economically, it would have been impossible for, the cotton institution, the slavery institution, just to go away. And there are several Northerners who offer up alternatives for how this can be solved, and the alternatives aren't very helpful. James McPherson writes about Abraham Lincoln's own feelings in the 1850s about how slavery can be ended, and Lincoln is sort of unsure what to do about it. He can't figure out an easy explanation for how to get rid of the institution and also not destroy the Union, destroy the country. McPherson quotes Lincoln, quote, "I surely will not blame them, Southerners, for not doing what I should not know how to do myself. If all earthly power were given me, I should not know what to do as to the existing institution. My first impulse will be to free all the slaves and send them to Liberia," end quote. McPherson continues. But a moment's reflection convinced him of the impossibility for that. Now quoting Lincoln again. "What then, free them and keep them among us as underlings? Is it quite certain that this betters their condition? What next, free them and make them politically and socially our equals?" End quote. Lincoln's wrestling in the 50s with this question that's a, pervasive question politically. It's, well, okay, if we want to get rid of the institution, which abolitionists and later the Republican Party that forms, they agree that you do, but how do you get rid of it? What's the alternative? Do you send them all to Liberia, as Lincoln writes, or do you just free all the slaves and allow them to kind of integrate with the white population in the South? And ultimately that option is tabled because everybody making this decision realizes that it's impossible to integrate the whites with the blacks. Because there's this, innate racism happening. Maybe because of these ideologies that people have bought into for years and years, compounding, where it's advanced from a point where it's not just the Nicomachean ethics anymore. It's not just the curse of Ham. You're getting into more an advanced, I guess, rot, if you're going to compare this to a disease. This mind virus has advanced to a degree where it's metastasized and sort of, created its own iterations. An example of this is a North Carolina mountaineer who wrote to Governor Zebulon Vance, the governor of North Carolina. He wrote a letter that expressed the non-slaveholders, a Southern non-slaveholders' point of view perfectly. He wrote, quote, "We have but little interest in the value of slaves, but there is one matter in this connection about which we feel a very deep interest. We are opposed to Negro equality. To prevent this, we are willing to spare the last man down to the point where women and children begin to suffer for food and clothing. When these begin to suffer and die, rather than see them equalized with an inferior race, we will die with them. Everything, even life itself, stands pledged to the cause, but that our greatest strength may be employed to the best advantage and the struggle prolonged, let us not sacrifice at once the object for which we are fighting." End quote. There's this very weird moral reckoning happening with Southerners where when slaves are enslaved, they are not so abhorrent. In fact, you'll see references to slaves and it's like they're cute and, they're the family cow kind of a thing, which again, it's awful to think about, but this is kind of how people are thinking about it. But then when the prospect of freeing those slaves is broached, the discussion turns from we're talking about the family cow to you get the letter from this mountaineer to Zebulon Vance, where they're saying, we will die to the last man. We will starve our children and our wives in order to prevent them being put on an equal footing with us. It goes back to that idea that proliferates in the South where slave labor sort of removes this idea of class conflict. It creates this racial separation between white and black where even low whites, poor whites they still have this idea that they're superior to blacks. Like, whatever happens, you might lose your farm, you might, spend your money on a bad business deal, you might lose everything, but man, count your blessings, you're not one of them. And you wonder why this ever came to blows. It all kind of comes to a head in 1854 with the potential admission of a new state to the Union, the state of Kansas. Southerners, as the moderates become more radical, or maybe as the radicals politically start to drown out the moderates, the idea of representation in Congress becomes increasingly important on two sides of this argument. Who's going to win? It's probably going to be one in Congress. And as new states are admitted into the Union, you start to have arguments about how they're going to be admitted. Are they going to be slave states? Are they going to be free states? And the idea that these new states as admissions to the Union will, dictate how this argument goes. Who's going to ultimately win the argument? Well, it's going to be the side of this argument that holds more representation in Congress so that legislation can be passed to permanently adjudicate this situation. So when in 1854, Kansas is potentially going to be introduced as a slave state or alternately as a free state, both abolitionists and immediate secessionists or pro-slavery ideologues descend on Kansas, and it turns into a microcosm of what the future may hold. I think I've read somewhere, it might have been a Shelby Foote quote, where he said that America's great ability is the ability to compromise. And I could be misquoting that. It might not be a Shelby Foote quote, but the idea stands. America's great ability, the thing that they've been known for and the thing that has allowed them to potentially navigate some very difficult situations, is the ability to compromise. But it was the inability to compromise that might have gotten the ball rolling on this great Civil War. In the mid-1850s, it comes to a head. and in a way that sort of sneaks up on everybody. Because legislation about slavery is its expansion, its contraction, it's this ebb and flow, and it's kind of a constant from probably the late 1830s onward. It's this weird political sort of situation where the North and South are just trying to cede small bits of ground here and there in order to win the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal being, if you're more of an abolitionist-minded policymaker, the eventual death of slavery, or if you're more of a Southern Democratic-leaning policymaker, you're going to be more on the side of expanding slavery eventually. In 1820, President James Monroe, remember, a founding father, he was there when this thing got started out initially. He was a young guy in 1776 when everything got started. Well, in 1820, he's a little bit older, he's the president, and he signs the Missouri Compromise into law, which bans slavery above the 36th parallel, but it also does a couple things. It admits Missouri to the Union as a slave state, and it admits Maine to the Union as a free state. And I've mentioned that a couple times, a slave state and a free state. Essentially, and this will become, an important thing later, so maybe put a pin in it, the federal government is dictating what sort of practices or what sort of laws these new states will have with regard to slavery. So Missouri comes in and slavery's legal. Maine comes in, slavery's illegal. And I guess you do wonder now from a bird's eye view, maybe knowing how everything ends, so maybe it's a flawed sort of thought to have anyway, but you wonder how tenable people thought at the time this whole process of, well, we're going to make it legal here but illegal there. It's kind of, you're ceding ground here and there. It's kind of like adjudicating arguments between 8-year-olds. You're saying, well, we'll let this little bit slide, but we're not going to let this bit slide. It's very odd, but it's this compromise that tends to happen between North and South where it makes it tenable. In 1820, it was considered that this Missouri Compromise kind of, for once and for all, sort of nailed down this slavery situation. The federal government says, Missouri, you can have slaves, Maine, you can't. And we're going to ban it outside of Missouri because Missouri extends above the 36th parallel. But for all time, forevermore, slavery is illegal above this 36th parallel. But what's very interesting is, as time goes on, slaveholders are starting to consider other means for expanding slavery. You're seeing things like, oh, maybe we can go down to Nicaragua. We can admit that to the United States, and that will be a slaveholding territory. We can go conquer Cuba. And then you also get the Mexican-American War, and you get new territory admitted there. So Texas comes in initially as an independent, the Republic of Texas, but then it gets admitted to the United States. You get other territory that's not been adjudicated with that Louisiana Purchase. So you have a lot of territories. It hasn't been nailed down exactly what their laws are going to be with regard to slavery. You've got the Washington Territory, the Utah Territory. You've got the state of California, Nebraska Territory, Utah Territory, New Mexico Territory, Kansas Territory, and some unorganized territory that eventually just becomes Oklahoma. But you have, I'm looking at a map right in front of me, so I can see it all. But you have basically the entire west of the United States from the Mississippi westward. It hasn't been determined exactly what that's going to look like in terms of slave state representation in Congress or free state representation in Congress. Again, both sides of this argument, they're wanting to win this argument in the long run. And the way that everybody feels you can win this argument in the long run is to outlast the other side in Congress. It turns into a stalemate in Congress, what these states are going to look like, what the state lines are going to be. You've also got a pressing need with railroads where you've got transcontinental railroads being laid and track is being laid incredibly fast. Railroads are growing incredibly quickly, but as part of this, laying this new railroad, there needs to be some sort of delineation about state lines and, are we going to divide these territories? How are we going to divide these territories? What sort of states are eventually going to come out of these territories? There needs to be some federal sort of oversight about what this is going to look like. And this turns into further argument about how much federal oversight there's going to be. And you'll see a common thread with southern states. They have this like Jeffersonian approach to government, a very small governmental structure. They want these eventual states to decide what they're going to be. They don't want the federal government to decide what they're going to be. It sort of brings up a wider argument. It's something that's still talked about today. A lot of political thinkers are still kind of banding about these questions, like how much power should the federal government have? How much power does the federal government actually have constitutionally? This is even a greater argument then in the 1840s and 50s, because a lot of these discussions about how much power the government has, they haven't been hashed out the way they have now. We have amendments to the Constitution that sort of delineate in more black and white what the government can and cannot do. But in the 1840s and 50s, this was a bit more of a gray area. You'll even have some discussion in some oratory later. Abraham Lincoln, for example, he has this idea that the Constitution is maybe an idealized version of what things should be, and it's kind of a mark to aspire toward, but it's not necessarily a strict letter of the law sort of a thing. But you're also going to get some, oratory by like Jefferson Davis, for example, who says, no, the Constitution that we have, that is the letter of the law. You follow it with your heart, soul, and mind. You don't waver. The Constitution is the Bible in terms of government for these United States. This isn't nailed down, and I think it's probably worth just bearing that in mind, that now I think we have some more clarity about these discussions because things have been made clear for us with the benefit of years, the benefit of time, as people have been able to sit with what the Constitution was and determine, okay, is the Constitution a strict letter of the law thing, or as times change, do you have to change and amend the Constitution to sort of fit the times? Obviously, there are quite a few amendments to the Constitution to sort of make allowances for how things change over time. But in the 1830s, 40s, 50s, you're coming out of, this is like the second generation of, American government. Like the Founding Fathers, the last ones are dying out in the 1830s and 40s. And so this new era of political thinkers come in. You get the Henry Clays, you get the John C. Calhouns, Andrew Jacksons, and then that leads into Lincoln's era with these, William Sewards and Jefferson Davises and so on and so forth. They are the children, politically speaking, the children of the Founding Fathers, and they have to take what's been written down and interpret it for their time. So this becomes a very interesting subject to look at, not only for the moral questions that are being raised, because the children are looking at how the fathers dealt with the slavery issue, and they find their answer lacking. Not only that, you have a economic boom. America grows exponentially from 1776 to 1850. Just think about this from this sense. There's 13 colonies that become the first 13 states. Well, there's 33 states by the time President Buchanan leaves office. So the United States has grown exponentially, and that doesn't even cover the entire, breadth of territory. Like the United States has territorially everything that is there now, but it's not all been delineated out into states. But the United States has doubled by the time Abraham Lincoln becomes president, the 16th president of the United States. So you got to just bear this in mind, that things are changing incredibly rapidly, and discussions are being had and arguments are being made. And I like to think of this period in time as a crisis of identity, because not only do you have these moral questions, but you have immense economic growth. You have railroads, you have telegraph lines, you have this sudden new kind of connection with European markets that hadn't been there before. So you get these conversations about, okay, this United States, this union is initially brought to being from a decentralized pastoral society, a planting society. But as things change in the 1800s, you get an increasing amount of production. You get an increasing amount of free labor, and just everything starts to change more so in the North than the South, whereas the South stays a bit more, decentralized, pastoral. The North evolves. It becomes industrial. And that naturally is going to have some massive ramifications for what this country is going to be. And so not only do you throw in the economic changes, but you also get the moral changes. And then, let's throw another ingredient into the pot here. You get cultural, racial changes, because not only do you have the slavery, cultural differences, you have immigrants coming from all over the place, to the point that there is a political party called the Know Nothing Party, which is essentially a party that gains traction before. I mean, you have racism against blacks where, white people think that black people are inferior, but then also this Know Nothing Party says, well, Catholics and Protestants are different, and, Protestants are, they naturally hold less worth than Catholics, and Germans, we don't like them either. Irish, we don't like them. We want, native-born Americans. So you get that whole thing there too. This is an increasing melting pot of individuals, and these United States have to figure out, what are we even going to be? All of that is the background for when in 1854, Stephen Douglas from Illinois, the eventual opponent for Abraham Lincoln in these Lincoln-Douglas debates that happened a couple years later, Stephen Douglas in 1854 brings forth some legislation that will allow the Kansas Territory and the Nebraska Territory to decide for themselves the slavery issue. It's so funny because at the moment in time when Douglas brings forth this legislation for a vote, he knew, quote, it would raise a hell of a storm, end quote. How's this going to raise a hell of a storm? Well, you would think, this is great. These new territories get to vote on what they're going to be. They get to decide for themselves. That's the whole point of the Constitution, right? That you would allow these states to sort of dictate what the overarching government is going to look like. But when you're allowing these states to vote, it naturally attracts corruption. And you get this phenomenon where on both sides of this argument, on the pro-slavery side and the abolitionist side of the argument, people flock to Nebraska, to Kansas, to pack the vote. So what ends up happening, and it's a very bizarre phenomenon, you get more men voting in Kansas on this issue of slavery or non-slavery, what it's going to end up being. You get more men voting than men live in Kansas, than men that are registered as living in this new state of Kansas. So clearly something happened and something went wrong, right? If you've got a crisis of, on a spreadsheet, something clearly went wrong along the way. It's because you have people called free soilers, meaning people who want to vote against slavery in these new states. Free soilers and their opponents, they pack it in Kansas, and it turns very violent very quickly. The abolitionists will band together, and they're called, free states, free soilers, whatever you want to call them. They band together. They have almost like their own little, like a Chinatown in New York or something like that. They have a free state town, if you can imagine that. All these abolitionists band together, and they have their own little section of town in Lawrence, Kansas. But also, on the other side of this, the pro-slavery folks, they also have their own little Chinatown, as it were, where they band together and they set up their own hotels or camps or what have you. And you get this instance where, as this thing comes to blows, as people realize, okay, how's this going to go? There's really two ways this can go. The federal government can step in and sort of adjudicate this situation, or people on the ground can adjudicate, I have my fingers up with air quotes, people on the ground can adjudicate this thing themselves. What does that look like? Well, if you're going to have a popular vote about what's going to happen, that means you've got to change the math. You've got to remove opposition in this vote. And so the pro-slavery folks band together. They pour into the little town of Lawrence, Kansas, and they start setting fire to things and killing people. Sarah Robinson, who was in Lawrence, Kansas, and wrote about it later, details what happened next. She writes, quote, "The mob, armed with pistols and bowie knives, poured into the town yelling like demons. The Free State Hotel was fired, and while the flames were leaping from the windows, they raised a shout as if all hell itself had broken loose." End quote. This is the opening shot in the little mini war that will later be called Bleeding Kansas. And there's a moment here where the federal government can step in. People are getting killed. Places are getting burned. It's turning into a mess. And the president at the time, Franklin Pierce, decides to do absolutely nothing. He firmly believes that the federal government sort of absolved itself when they passed this legislation Stephen Douglas brought forward. The government believes they're just going to allow the state to figure it out with no guardrails. It is literally the wild, wild west in this kind of a situation. And the government says, you folks figure it out for yourselves. Imagine, it boggles the mind, right? And this is a government that's terrified of both radical sides of this issue. On the one hand, you have the pro-slavery, South that have been crying for secession at different points. Secession in, 1860 and 1861, that's not the first time anybody's heard of secession. There's secession being talked about as early as like 1836. In fact, there is almost a war over tariffs far earlier, like 20 years earlier, where the South is talking about secession. So the idea of secession is not remotely new. Franklin Pierce and his cabinet would have been well aware and very afraid of breaking up the Union. It's kind of like what Lyndon Johnson said, when he's talking to a reporter where he says, "I'm not going to be the guy who loses Vietnam." Well, Franklin Pierce isn't going to be the guy who gets saddled with the blame for whatever happens next in this whole slavery or no slavery affair. But then on the other side, you've got the abolitionists that are just as loud and just as violent on their side of the argument. And so you have two just incredibly radical factions in the American political system coming at each other, going to blows. And when you have radicals that sort of seep out of the woodwork, you're going to have some wild individuals that are going to join the fight. And one of perhaps the most polarizing individuals will become a nationwide household name, I guess you could say. For some, a hero. For some, the greatest villain, perhaps, in American history to this point. This is a guy that if you're trying to find a comp to the Manson murders, sort of an individual, a Charles Manson comp, this is it. This is the closest comparison to Charles Manson you're going to get outside of Charles Manson himself. John Brown is Charles Manson before Charles Manson. And John Brown starts going on these raids, and he and some of his followers start to kill and butcher pro-slavery settlers in the Kansas Territory. Just a few days earlier, that hotel had been sacked in Lawrence, Kansas, had been burned. John Brown had formed a little militia just before that incident in Lawrence, Kansas, and they went to help, but they found that they were too late to actually stop the firing of the Free State Hotel. And so John Brown, being the Charles Manson-ite that he was, the, crazy look in the eyes, the long beard, the wild hair, he decided he wanted revenge. So on May 24th, 1856, and John Brown and his 5 sons and then 3 other associates, they lit out for the Potawatomi Creek. Around 10 p.m. on the 24th, the Brown Party left their campsite and they headed for the cabin of a James Doyle. They got to the cabin and they demanded that Doyle and his sons come out from the cabin. And then when they came out, they led them a short distance from the cabin where John Brown shot James Doyle in the head with a pistol. And then 2 of John Brown's sons drew broadswords and hacked Doyle's sons to death. They then traveled to the Wilkinson cabin where they pulled out Mr. Wilkinson, hacked him to death with broadswords. Then they went to the cabin of a James Harris. They questioned him on his views on slavery. They found his answers wanting, and they hacked him to death with broadswords and left his body in the Potawatomi Creek. Then, just as quickly as it had all happened, the Browns disappeared into the night. Forevermore, this fight in Kansas, this packing of the vote, would be known as Bleeding Kansas, and John Brown's massacre at Potawatomi Creek had a lot to do with it. In fact, it's probably chiefly why it is named Bleeding Kansas. You can imagine the outrage, and there's a lot of blame to go around. But as radicals in this fight kind of packed out the centrists, rational thoughts and rational men sort of go out the window, and John Brown's massacre acts as kindling for this fire that fans, becomes a bonfire back in Washington, to the point that there's a senator named Charles Sumner. He had spoken out fervently against the pro-slavery ideologues in Kansas, and in so doing, he had insulted, I think it was an Andrew Butler. Butler's cousin was a senator named Preston Brooks, and Preston Brooks came into the Senate a couple days later, insulted and intent on defending his cousin's honor. He walked up to Charles Sumner, and he essentially goes, "How do you do, Mr. Sumner? I'm here to defend my cousin's honor." He pulls out this gold-studded cane of his, and he nearly beats Charles Sumner to death with it. He said that he gave him a good 30 licks or so, broke his cane over Charles Sumner's head, knocks him out cold. He's bleeding all over the Senate floor, and he has to be hauled away to a private residence where he will, recover. But it's the kindling that, feeds into the fire. Pro-slavery ideologues in the South start sending Preston Brooks new canes. They say, "Do it again." Preston Brooks is apparently quoted as saying, "It wouldn't be that hard to slit the throats of every abolitionist in the United States." If it hadn't gotten bad already, here it was out in plain writing. These 2 diametrically opposed sides on this slavery argument are so vehemently against one another because they feel it's a moral issue that's worth killing over. But not just that. It's the constitutionality argument, because it's not out in clear black and white writing what you're supposed to do. Unfortunately, in situations like this, events sort of dictate the men. Right? The men aren't, able to control things, and it's sort of like if you read about World War I, for example, you have all these great politicians, these august figures, and they can't control anything. It's like sand going through your fingers, and events get away from you. The practical result of Bleeding Kansas, if you can imagine, is that it separates this partisan divide even further. It is a difficult thing to even understand because the partisan divide was already so separated. And yet you see that, people lining up on both sides of this argument, they're taking the moral high ground. People on the abolitionist side are saying, how can you even be killing other white Americans over slavery? But then, pro-slavery folks on that side of the argument are saying you're breaking constitutional power and you're almost like taking the side of the black slaves in favor of the white race. And so, the pro-slavery folks on that side of the argument are saying like you're betraying your own race by taking an abolitionist approach to this. You see this in a couple of different reactions to it. James McPherson wrote about a Democrat who voted Republican. So think about this for a second. The Republican Party hasn't quite been established yet, but in a couple of years it will be. The Republican Party is generally associated as a pro-abolition party. And so somebody who was a lifelong Democrat, which was typically a pro-Southern party, a lifelong Democrat, votes Republican later. So this is a pretty interesting individual. They said about this Bleeding Kansas situation, quote, "Had the slave power been less insolently aggressive, I would have been content to see it extend. But when it seeks to extend its sway by fire and sword in Kansas, I'm ready to say, hold, enough," McPherson continues. He told a Democratic friend who tried to persuade him to return to the party, quote, "Reserve no place for me. I shall not come back," end quote. Abraham Lincoln biographer John Meacham delivers a pretty sound denunciation of the pro-slavery side of this argument by saying in his book, And There Will Be Light, quote, "The answer to the white Southern conundrum of how to preserve slavery was the amassing of power, raw, brutal power. Control land and people, and one controlled politics and economy and culture. Unless, and this was the slaveholders' fear, ideas and moral convictions contrary to the ideas and moral convictions held by the prevailing interest permeated the borders of a closed system. This anxiety helped give rise to white Southern nationalism, a sense of white Southern identity as a force independent from the opinions, laws, customs, and claims of the North and of much of the rest of the world." End quote. Meacham highlights this idea that the South is on an island morally, politically, socially from the rest of the world. And folks in the South were conscious of this change happening. The South was kind of this last vestige of this old world idea. And it's hard, going back to that Churchill quote, it's hard to describe how integral slavery is to Southern culture. It's, it permeates everything. When you sort of establish a society built on a singular idea, a concept, it becomes your identity. In fact, in his memoirs, Samuel Watkins, who's not one of the planter elite, he is a regular guy, a poor Southerner who fights for the Confederacy in the Civil War. He wrote his memoirs, Company H, or an alternate title, The Sideshow of the Big Show. He's just telling regular people's stories. And he opens up his memoir, and I think probably a way that a lot of regular Southern folk would have thought. And it is such an interesting, dichotomy to dive into by itself. Sam Watkins writes, quote, "The South is our country. The North is the country of those who live there. We are an agricultural people. They are a manufacturing people. They are the descendants of the good old Puritan Plymouth Rock stock, and we of the South from the proud and aristocratic stock of Cavaliers. We believe in the doctrine of states' rights, they in the doctrine of centralization." End quote. There's a lot there. You can dive into, 3 or 4 different sections of what he's saying there. We've talked a little bit about this separation between South and North culturally, but he points out a couple different things here. He says we of the South are an agricultural people, that the North is a manufacturing people. It makes sense, but at the same time, I do remember reading John Keegan, which you can sort of take that with a grain of salt, where he's saying that the Northern soldier and the Southern soldier, if you take things and you paint it in broad strokes, you would find that the Northern soldier and the Southern soldier come from very similar backgrounds, come from farming backgrounds. They're about the same age. They're in their 20s or early 30s, and they grew up farming. But we're going to say, for the benefit of this argument that Watkins is going to make here, we're just going to say, yep, okay, in broad strokes, he's correct. Because I think if you're going to go back and think about, okay, what is the North broadly speaking? Yes, they're more of a manufacturing people. The Southern people are an agrarian people. He writes that Northerners are the good old Puritan Plymouth Rock stock, and that the people of the South are of the proud and aristocratic stock of Cavaliers. This is something you're going to see often when you're reading Southern accounts or, Northern accounts commenting on Southern culture. There's this idea that the South is this almost oligarchic aristocracy. And in a lot of ways, it is very accurate to, what you would see. If you were to go back and take medieval feudalism and kind of superimpose it onto an 1800s United States, that would be not too dissimilar to what you would see culturally in the South. You've got this rich nobility, this planter elite that kind of fancies themselves as a New Age nobility. They're the knights. You see this term thrown around a lot. We're the knights of the South kind of a thing. They would, hold these social receptions, and, their life and duty is to cultivate a reputation of honor, to, serve in governmental positions where possible, to practice law. It's a very, very interesting social, set of circumstances. And Sam Watkins commenting on this is fascinating because he's not a member of the nobility. He's not an aristocratic, rich planter. He's a regular guy. He doesn't own any slaves. He doesn't get to partake in some of the benefits, perhaps, of living in a feudalistic, 1800s feudalistic society. So for him to identify with that mode of thinking is very interesting. How often are you going to identify with a cultural ideal that kind of excludes you? He doesn't get to reap the rewards. It becomes part of how he thinks, how he perceives the world. He's a cavalier. Then to, on the other hand, view the North as, a group of Puritans, that's fascinating in and of its own self because, what's the connotation of a Puritan? To say someone is puritanical. It's to say somebody has strict, rigid, religious views that dictate how they live their lives. The he who will not work shall not eat, and all the different things that come along with, a puritanical way of life. It's to call somebody a prude. What are they being prudish about? Well, they're trying to constantly talk down to the Southern aristocracy and say, what you're doing is morally wrong. It's a sin. And it adopts itself into the Southern identity in a way that not just your, well-to-do nobles are buying into this, your regular guys are buying into this. This is such a divide. And it's a divide that's been happening for a very long time. In 1820, James Monroe, remember, a member of that initial class of founding fathers, he's one of the OGs. He was there when this thing started. James Monroe in 1820 highlights the difference between North and South as being the thing that was going to cause any issues that might come up in the future. Everybody could sort of see it on the horizon. When Thomas Jefferson is writing that letter, when he's witnessing and calling out what he sees as the bug in the code, he's calling out this separation between North and South, that there's this difference culturally and socially, and that there's going to be some sort of a clash unless you can reach middle ground, which is why I find it so fascinating that later on in 1860, after Abraham Lincoln has been elected, he writes Alexander Stephens, a Georgia senator, the eventual vice president of the Confederacy. He writes Alexander Stephens, quote, "You think slavery is right and ought to be extended, while we think it is wrong and ought to be restricted. That, I suppose, is the rub. It certainly is the only substantial difference between us." End quote. He would say in his first inaugural address that he still felt like the North and the South were bound together, that they were bound by the mystic cords of memory. And yet the South is sort of the last vestige, perhaps, or the last member of this slave-owning class. Slavery's going out of style, and the South is kind of like the last guy clinging to this style. In 1807, Great Britain banned the slave trade. In 1813, Sweden abolished slavery. In 1814, the Netherlands abolished slavery. In 1817, France banned the slave trade. In 1833, Britain abolished slavery in its colonies. In 1848, France abolished slavery. In 1848, also Denmark abolished slavery. You see this pattern. It's slowly fading out. And From the northerner perspective, they're trying to create the scenario where slavery will just eventually die out the way it's dying out in Europe. Find a new way forward. And yet, as these moral arguments get more heated, and as you have Bleeding Kansas, and as you have John Brown and Charles Sumner, and these sorts of arguments that are coming to blows, it creates this fractious, potent scenario where everybody on both sides of this argument are just digging in their heels, and it's making it even worse. The events are dragging men along with them, and men, rational men, where you may find them, and frankly, men are losing their grip on rationality through this whole thing because of the moral issues here. But rationality seems to be a thing that's also going out of style. The election of 1856 saw the Democratic Party nominate a Northerner with Southerner sympathies. James Buchanan is often considered one of the very worst presidents the United States ever had. And reading more about him, things start to make sense why. It's a mode of operating that tends to be the thing that killed Buchanan. Buchanan naturally, he's got this reputation that is probably a bit outsized. He's the kind of a guy who wants to think about things, wants to be measured in his approach. He's a very political sort of a guy. But the problem with Buchanan is he tends not to act very decisively. He's reputed as consulting his cabinet a bit too much, not ever sort of taking the reins of the executive and kind of making events bow to him. James Buchanan was a bachelor, apparently had a reputation for being able to consume an enormous amount of alcohol, and yet it somehow didn't ever inebriate him. Probably one of the best presidents. If you were going to have a drinking game, you wanted a guy to drink you under the table, you want to test your mettle, James Buchanan probably would drink you under the table. If I'm being honest with you, I feel very badly for James Buchanan. He's the sort of a guy who just probably wasn't ready for this type of situation, got thrust into a situation that was untenable, and he also didn't recognize, the import of the situation where he'd been placed. The southern states had been claiming secession often. This is the sort of thing where they're almost crying wolf a bit. Like we mentioned earlier, this is not a new instance. Nobody in Washington is all that surprised when the southern states claim that they're going to secede again. They bring this up as do what we want or else. And the Republican Party, generally speaking, at this point in time, but about 1856, they start to claim, you're going to see speeches with Abraham Lincoln where he's canvassing up and down Illinois. He's saying the southern states want to expand slavery to the entire United States rather than just leave us alone. As you're going to see, when secession comes along, Jefferson Davis is going to say things like, we just want to be left alone. The belief in the North and the Republican Party is that the South doesn't want to just be left alone, that they want to expand slavery into the entire United States, whereas in the South they believe that the Republican Party is going to represent the complete and immediate abolition of slavery everywhere in the United States. Did the southern states really just want to be left alone? Did they want to expand slavery to the entire United States? It's difficult because you have to kind of take it with the context of the time. Again, the context is representation in Congress. You have this ability to win the argument once and for all, and it is directly tied to votes, to electoral votes. So if you're going to win this thing in a political sort of a sense, that means that there's going to be an expansion for one side or the other with all these other territories. So there's probably some truth to the idea that the southern states wanted to expand slavery, over the entire United States, because that meant that you were going to have that result that they wanted, where they're left alone and they can just practice this peculiar institution. And on the other hand, if you're trying to get rid of the institution altogether, or eventually That means that you're going to have representation in Congress. And if you're going to have representation in Congress, you need to expand your moral contagion into these other territories as they're being instituted as new states. This is the scenario that James Buchanan finds himself in 1856. A lot of the writings, the secondary sources about James Buchanan, are just going to call him ineffectual, useless, and in many senses, those accounts would be correct. And yet, right after James Buchanan is inaugurated, he has an idea that's a pretty good idea for how you can solve this slavery issue, because he views it as we can't really move forward as a country unless this issue is solved. But the problem is Franklin Pierce with the Kansas-Nebraska fiasco, bleeding Kansas. Franklin Pierce sort of set a precedent that a popular vote, a congressional sort of a vote on this situation probably isn't going to work. And also the federal government, it's believed at this moment in time, doesn't have the power to sort of unilaterally dictate what's going to happen moving forward. But remember, there is a third branch to the government. You have executive, you have judicial, and you have congressional. So James Buchanan thinks that he can pass off, because, the partisan issues in Congress have been contentious, to say the least. He thinks he can pass it off to the judicial branch, and the Supreme Court of the United States can make a decision on this, and the legality of that decision will be something that he can defer to and point to and say, hey, look, the Supreme Court reviewed the decision and they said this. It's a way to absolve himself of direct blame for whatever happens next. Historian H.W. Brands writes about this decision that Buchanan makes to defer to the judiciary. He writes, quote, Buchanan's interest was simply in finding a solution that the country would accept as definitive. Congress lacked the legitimacy to do so, having divided into northern and southern factions. The same sectionalism had undermined the presidency as well. Buchanan only narrowly defeated John Fremont, the nominee of the new and purely northern Republican Party. Anyway, the president couldn't act on slavery independent of Congress, but the Supreme Court could, and Buchanan wanted to ensure that it did. A case pending before the court provided an opportunity to answer a question crucial to the future of slavery. Would slavery be allowed in the Western territories before they became states? Some of them? All of them? If some but not others, who would decide? End quote. The pivotal court case was Dred Scott v. Sanford. And this court case would become famous. It's still famous. Maybe one of the most famous Supreme Court cases in United States history, because it was a case about whether or not Dred Scott held rights as an American citizen. And I think in a lot of ways, this case was brought up not on the merits of the case itself, but it was brought up to test Supreme Court views on these issues. It was more of an issues case than it was a case, if that makes any sense. And it was on the basis of this case that James Buchanan hoped to get some sort of a resolution to the slavery issue. It's really interesting to read about kind of people's views about this. A lot of Republicans, Abraham Lincoln included, held this idea that they wanted slavery to kind of go slowly out of style, right? You have some that are a bit more radical, that they want slavery gone now, immediately. We need to emancipate them. And then, we'll figure out what to do afterward, kind of a thing. We'll jump and then we'll look. Whereas obviously on the opposing side of this, you have some that just want to be left alone in the southern states. And then you have some that sort of view the writing on the wall, maybe like a James Hammond or a John Calhoun before he passes. They think that we need to expand slavery in order to get the upper hand in Congress. And I am belaboring this point. I know I am, because it's so important to understand kind of the mental makeup of some of these people and how they want to approach this issue, because it dictates, and it gets very interesting. It's so nuanced, and there's a lot of gray area and, political back channeling that's happening for this issue. Bruce Catton writes in his book, The Coming Fury, about these general feelings about letting slavery die out versus killing it now, and how the southern states are going to react to that. It's this weird partisan divide, this sectionalism, and Bruce Catton writes this, quote, "An attempt to contain and limit slavery, looking as it did towards its eventual demise, was interference despite all disclaimers. People in the North must make the necessary adjustments to something which, after all, was purely a Southern concern." This, he's talking about this idea that, it was just a Southern concern. Don't worry about the South. Leave us alone. Catton continues, "Lincoln and Seward had come to an opposite position. They saw slavery as an evil affecting the entire country, and although they were willing to accept its present existence as a hard fact, they refused to admit that it must be extended into the indefinite future. They could stomach even the fugitive slave laws if, and only if, they could be sure that someday no such laws would be necessary. Like Jefferson Davis, they were being driven into sectionalism, and they were leaders in a purely sectional party because slavery itself was sectional." End quote. I bring that up to point out the sectionalism that we've been dealing with this entire show, but that James Buchanan views himself as a guy in the middle. He's a Northerner, he's from Pennsylvania, but he's the Democratic nominee for president. And he's got these Southern sympathies. So it's a very interesting sort of an individual where he's trying to toe the party lines, as it were. He's trying to leave the Southerners alone while also appeasing the Northerners, as the Northerners are getting further away from the Democratic platform. They're getting more onto this Republican platform, and the Southerners are getting even further into what eventually will be called like a fire eaters platform that takes over South Carolina in 1860. So this Dred Scott case is seen as the political guinea pig, or maybe the political heat check for this slavery issue. We're going to defer everything to the judiciary, and we're just going to see what the Supreme Court comes back with. Imagine Buchanan's surprise when not only was the issue not settled, it was perhaps more inflamed than it had been at any point prior with the Supreme Court's decision. In order to understand this decision, you've got to understand the head Supreme Court Justice, Roger Taney. This is a fascinating individual, and he is almost bellicose or belligerent in his beliefs, the way that a lot of these folks are. He is a pro-slavery individual, and yet he freed his own slaves. So there's a lot of things going on here with this guy. He is an old, aged Supreme Court justice. He dies in 1864 at the age of 87. So in 1856, it's just a few years prior, he's 79, if I did my math correctly. So he's an old guy. He's got long hair. And it's very difficult to know for the time how he fell on the spectrum, because Roger Taney shrouds his beliefs behind the facade of the Constitution. This is a very, very interesting decision because it's tied to legal precedents, and it tries to argue a moral point with legal precedents, which is it's a very thin line and a slippery slope and all these cliches. It's a difficult thing to do. And eventually what ends up happening, I guess the result of this, is that where John Brown came out as a radical abolitionist and, did all the things he did, he becomes a firebrand on both sides. Well, Roger Taney, doing things the technical way you're supposed to, doing it with process and procedure, he also becomes a firebrand, but on the other side of this. Whereas John Brown is against slaves and he's trying to forcibly change legislation in Kansas, Roger Taney, in his own way, is trying to force legislation change, but through the arms and the power of the Supreme Court. Here's where the legal rub lies for this decision. A lot of the Supreme Court's decision is going to be based on two things. It's going to be based on the Fugitive Slave Act And it's also going to be based on the fifth article of the Constitution, where a slave owner is not, the federal government can't tell a slave owner to give up his property. They can't take the property of that slave owner away, and slaves are considered property, so you can't take away the slaves. Also, the Fugitive Slave Act says that if a slave flees the plantation, let's say you have a slave in South Carolina and they flee to a free state like Pennsylvania. Well, the Fugitive Slave Act says that Pennsylvania, if they find out that a slave has fled to Pennsylvania, is under a legal obligation to send that slave back to his master in South Carolina. And a lot of these legal decisions are going to be using precedents to make their arguments. So this Dred Scott case is fascinating because Dred Scott is not a fugitive slave. Dred Scott is owned by a John Emerson of Missouri. So he resides in Missouri with his master, John Emerson. And Missouri, recall, is a slave state. In 1833, John Emerson moved from Missouri to Illinois, and Illinois is a free state, and then finally into the Wisconsin Territory, which is a free territory. It will eventually, obviously, become the state of Wisconsin. During this period of time, Dred Scott met and married Harriet Robinson, who became an additional slave in the Emerson household. Now, Dred Scott and his wife were sent back to Missouri by Emerson in the 1840s, and in 1843, Emerson died. But Emerson had married, and Dred Scott attempted to purchase his freedom from Emerson's widow, who refused, and then this turned into a years-long court battle where Dred Scott argued that because he had resided in free states for an X amount of time, he was no longer a slave. In fact, legally, he would be considered free. And he wanted to purchase his freedom, but was being blocked from doing so. And so this case goes to the Supreme Court, where they have to decide if Dred Scott's residence in free states for the period of time that he resided there legally made him a free man. And Roger Taney's decision, or the Supreme Court's majority decision that Taney delivers, decides that Dred Scott not only is not allowed to purchase his freedom, not only is he not free, he's not allowed to be free at all because the Constitution did not recognize blacks as people. Therefore, the inalienable rights the Declaration of Independence declares for people of the United States doesn't apply to black people because they are not on an equal footing with whites. Historian James McPherson, in his book Battle Cry of Freedom, writes about Taney's decision, quote, Taney had to juggle history, law, and logic in a gross perversion of the facts. Negroes had not been part of the sovereign people who made the Constitution, Taney ruled. They were not included in the all men whom the Declaration of Independence proclaimed created equal. After all, the author of that declaration and many of the signers owned slaves, and for them to have regarded members of the enslaved race as potential citizens would have been utterly and flagrantly inconsistent with the principles they asserted. For that matter, wrote Taney, at the time the Constitution was adopted, Negroes had for more than a century before been regarded as beings of an inferior order, so far inferior that they had no rights with which a white man was bound to respect. End quote. Furthermore, the Supreme Court ruled that the Missouri Compromise was unconstitutional, that the federal government had no role in the power to dictate, who could own slaves and who couldn't own slaves. Essentially, Taney takes a very Jeffersonian interpretation of the Constitution and says that the federal government must stay out of it. McPherson continues his commentary of the ruling by saying, quote, although the question of popular sovereignty had not been directly before the court, the principle of Dred Scott was not merely that Congress had no power to exclude slavery from a territory, but that slave property could not be excluded. End quote. As you can imagine, this Supreme Court decision is polarizing in an already polarized political age. In fact, I was looking up some commentaries on the decision, and Britannica says that among constitutional scholars, Scott v. Sanford is widely considered the worst decision ever rendered by the Supreme Court. That is a profound denunciation And I think the reason that that opinion is shared by many constitutional scholars and legal scholars is later described in this Britannica article by saying, quote, Chief Justice Roger Taney's opinion for the court was arguably the worst he ever wrote. He ignored precedent, distorted history, imposed a rigid rather than flexible construction on the Constitution, ignored specific grants of power in the Constitution, and tortured meanings out of other more obscure clauses. His logic on the citizenship issue was perhaps the most convoluted. He admitted that African Americans would be citizens of a particular state and that they might even be able to vote, as they in fact did in some states. But he argued that state citizenship had nothing to do with national citizenship and that African Americans could not sue in federal court because they could not be citizens of the United States. Scott's suit, therefore, should have been dismissed for lack of jurisdiction by the district court. On this point, however, Taney stood on shaky constitutional ground. If even one state considered an African American a citizen, then the Constitution required that all states, and by inference also the federal government, had to accord that person, quote, all privileges and immunities of citizens in several states, end quote. That is a quote from the fourth article of the Constitution, Section 2. Historian Don Fehrenbacher comments on this decision by saying, quote, the Dred Scott decision was essentially visceral in origin, a work of unmitigated partisanship, polemical in spirit, with an extraordinary accumulation of error, inconsistency, and misrepresentation, end quote. McPherson himself allows that Taney's decision was, quote, puzzling, end quote. And the reason why historians have come down so hard on this decision was because he ignores legal precedent and essentially sacrifices constitutionality and legal precedent at the altar of his personal feelings, which are admittedly complicated and hard to fully understand because he is a guy who did free his own slaves. So you could point to that and say, oh, well, he's actually kind of an abolitionist. But at the same time, there's this complicated thing happening where at the ripe age of 79 or 80 years old, Taney sees that there is this shifting wind, and he's such a sympathist to Southern sympathies and ideals that he's almost willing to protect the institution of slavery in order to kind of shield the Southern aristocratic ideal from the Northerners. It's this very odd sectionalist, partisan kind of approach to the law, in a way that you now get people saying, yeah, that was the worst decision ever made by a Supreme Court justice. And all of this was initially done because James Buchanan, the president who is often considered maybe one of the worst, this was all done because Buchanan wanted a decision that could be seen as legitimate. And this decision that is made by the Supreme Court is viewed as so illegitimate, it solves nothing. It makes everything worse. You can imagine the Southern newspapers and their response to this decision. They're saying things like, if you oppose Roger Taney's decision, you oppose the federal government. It's this like confirmation bias that happens oftentimes in politics. It still happens today. Anytime something goes right politically for a party or a faction, and it seems to have permanently solved the issue, they then point to it and say, look, we have this thing now, we can stand by this forevermore and our problem's solved. But the problem isn't solved because Roger Taney, he publishes this decision, but there are two other justices that are not Democrats. In fact, they have Republican leanings, and they post some pretty scathing critiques of Taney's opinion. Benjamin Curtis, in particular, undercut many of Roger Taney's historical arguments, and he showed that African Americans had voted in a number of states since 1776. At the time of the ratification of the Articles of Confederation, Curtis wrote, quote, all free native-born inhabitants of the states of New Hampshire, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, and North Carolina, though descended from African slaves, were not only citizens of those states, but such of them as had other necessary qualifications possessed the franchise of electors on equal terms with other citizens, end quote. So this Taney decision goes a bit further than was probably ever possible to go. He took the legal ground that he might have been able to stand on and extended it. He tried to go too far. And Curtis, in his pushback, argues that these African Americans, these freed slaves or descendants of freed slaves, were members of the nation and could not now, after all this time, be denied the right to claim citizenship. So in a way, Roger Taney thinks that he has for once and for all time settled the issue of race in the United States, where he has said that forevermore, blacks are going to be inferior to whites. And yet, even in his argument of that claim, he kind of opens Pandora's box even a little bit further because he went too far. He ignored precedent, and it was a sloppy, I guess, Supreme Court decision. And so it creates even a further divide because the argument was inconclusive. Imagine this Dred Scott decision is a stick of dynamite thrown in the political ring. These two boxers have been going at it rounds after rounds, and then somebody in the crowd says, "Ooh, we can solve this issue. Here's some dynamite." It changes everything very, very quickly, and possibly even worse. Like there's two very large things that come out of this, two very far-reaching effects of this. Maybe number one is that Buchanan was so intent on this being the definitive answer. He's giving speeches beforehand saying, "Oh, we're awaiting the decision and we'll abide by it, whatever the decision is." And because the decision is so divisive, clearly you're not just going to abide by the decision because this decision will then need to be further debated. It's not conclusive in any sense of the word. But even further than that, it ruled that slavery in these territories that had not become states yet, where the Missouri Compromise said above the 36th parallel, it's going to be free states, and below it'll be slave states when they eventually come into the Union. This Dred Scott decision says, nope, that's not how this is going to work. Every territory can be a slave state. It's all going to be decided by popular sovereignty. And we're coming off of Bleeding Kansas, where popular sovereignty meant that people died. There was widespread public outcry after this decision. And I think it's one of those decisions where your expectations going into it shape how you feel about the decision. If you think this decision is going to solve your problems, which is probably a flawed reasoning going in, but if you think that's what this decision is going to do, and then it clearly does not, that would shake your feelings in the whole congressional process. Because the congressional process hasn't worked, okay, so we're going to pivot over here. The judicial is going to take care of it. Well, the judicial can't do that either. It's so fascinating, too, this sectionalism, this partisanism. It reaches to every facet of the, governmental process. But this sort of leads, I think, to people trying to find somebody to identify with politically that they think can solve these issues. And what's so fascinating about the 1850s, 60s, this period in time, the mid-1800s, is it reminds me a little bit of Athens. Ancient Athens, where you have, great figures like Demosthenes, who gets up in front of the Senate and he delivers great oratory and flowery, fantastic speeches meant to sway the hearts and minds of the different Athenian senators and the elite. In the mid-1800s, you have quite a few Demosthenes-type individuals, men who get up, deliver fantastic oratory, flowery, prosaic speeches, things like this. It's like the collective American Twitter account when you're going back and reading some of these where you can't argue online. There's no social media, obviously, but men can get up and deliver speeches. And these are marathons. The Lincoln-Douglas debates, for example. Historically, the way these things would go is the first speaker would get up and speak for an hour, and then his opponent would have an hour and a half to respond. And then the first speaker would have a 30-minute period of time to respond to him. So these are 3-hour-long debates, and there's 7 of them. These men don't believe in the 30-minute speech. They're going into issues and they're dissecting them point by point by point, making arguments, and there's rhetorical different devices that these men are using. It's impressive, and it's something that you're not going to see anymore. You don't have oratory the way it used to be. And it's kind of baked into like a cultural identity almost, this oratory that I don't know if it's that, these men are trying to model themselves after Athenians. It's just kind of a great, I guess, parallel perhaps. But in these different speeches that some of these men gave, you get a sense of how the collective public are feeling because these are politicians. And a lot of times these speeches, it'll depend if you're looking at fire eaters or hardcore abolitionists. But if you can find speeches of men in the middle that are a bit more political, you can see some of the nuances of how people are feeling at the time. Thus, the Lincoln-Douglas debates of 1857 and 1858 have come down to us as a representative sample, perhaps, of the national argument about slavery at that moment in time. Abraham Lincoln and Stephen Douglas agree in their Senate race that they are going to speak in public in the many different counties in Illinois. They're going to get a chance to be seen by the voting public and get a chance to articulate their feelings about many issues. Inevitably, this returns back to slavery, but they're getting a chance to speak to the public, to hear the public, let the public see them, and it turns into a thing where these debates become a national headline because it is dealing with the pervading issue in American politics at the time, slavery. Stephen Douglas is a figure that has been shrouded by time, but he's one of the giants of this age. In fact, he's called the Little Giant because he's got an outsized head on a rather small body. Douglas would famously run his body to the ground campaigning in 1860 and 1861. Douglas is fascinating because when men on both sides of this slavery argument are going to one side or the other definitively, Stephen Douglas is sort of approaching slavery with a shoulder shrug. There's a quote Bruce Catton writes in his book, The Coming Fury, about Stephen Douglas's approach to slavery. Quote, Douglas was the most flexible of the group. He was perfectly willing to tolerate slavery as long as his toleration did not require him to do intolerable things. Slavery could be voted up or down in the territories as far as he was concerned, so long as it was at least disposed of by the people directly concerned. He wanted it to cease to be a constant irritant, and he hoped that the country would get on with this other business. Standing in the middle, he also stood in a storm center, and sometimes it seemed as if everybody was fighting him. End quote. Stephen Douglas probably sees himself as the logical mind in the center. He's like, if everybody could just get along and we could just handle this problem, we can move on to the other stuff, tariffs, the economy, different things like this. If we could just settle this slavery issue, we can move on to the stuff, the important stuff. And it's so fascinating to me that he's managed to stay in the middle. He doesn't really take sides. He's very political. And this inability to straddle this sectional divide for Douglas ends up being the thing that kills him. In the Democratic Convention in 1860, he will not get the Democratic nomination for president because he's not a hardliner enough pro-slavery, and then the North doesn't like him either because he's not hardliner enough against slavery. And so he's in this spot somewhere in the middle where nobody likes him. But he's such a great orator, and the rhetoric that he deploys it's deplorable by modern standards, and so it's fascinating in that sense. But it's representative of kind of both sides of this argument. He is, in some senses, very pro-slavery, but he's pro-slavery almost by omission. He's pro-slavery not in the sense that he is overly enthusiastic about the institution, but he's pro-slavery in the sense that he's not a hardliner against it. Whereas Abraham Lincoln represents the far, I guess, left-leaning side of the Republican Party where he wants it gone. He's willing to sacrifice and maybe admit that it won't be gone immediately, but that it has to be gone eventually. In fact, he says in one of his speeches, Lincoln, that eventually America is going to be all one way or all the other, but we can't be in the middle. So these Lincoln-Douglas debates are a fascinating look at American politics writ large in the public view. And you get to see two great orators in, the classic Athenian sense as they're just going at it. Lincoln's biographer, John Meacham, offers a disclaimer in his book, And There Was Light. He says, quote, "Elements of his," meaning Lincoln's, "elements of his debates with Douglas make for painful reading. In speaking to a white electorate in 1858, Lincoln offered a morally informed anti-slavery argument, but did not assert that black people could become fully empowered citizens. He was a campaigner who believed that the public sentiment he so respected tended to be best shaped gradually. Not a preacher, but a politician. Not a full-time reformer, but an office seeker. He calibrated his case in 1858 with care." End quote. Meacham brings up the great point that you have to view these debates and what's being said through the lens of they're speaking to a voting base. Both Lincoln and Douglas are using these debates as a way to kind of prime the pump, as it were, for their respective political parties. Douglas is saying, hey, Lincoln just wants to, create this egalitarian society where slaves and white folks are equal, which is a terrifying possibility if you're a Democratic voter, if you're a pro-slavery Southerner. And then Lincoln is saying, I don't want to ban slavery immediately. I don't want an egalitarian society where whites and blacks are equal. I just want the institution of slavery gone. It doesn't sound great if you're a Lincoln, supporter. If you're a Lincolnian going back and looking at this, you kind of go, ooh, that's not great. Because you have this idea, you're taught growing up that Lincoln was the guy who was, everybody's created equal. Whites and blacks are created equal, that we all have certain rights, that slavery's awful, that racism is awful. These Lincoln-Douglas debates kind of paint that argument or that thing that we've been taught growing up in a new light. There's a historical argument that, can you apply modern morality to the past? Can you say certain things are just true for all time? Like, for example, that all human beings have a certain worth that can't be argued. As the Declaration of Independence would put it, certain inalienable rights. And this is one of those situations where it's very, very difficult to parse through this. Because on the one hand, you can look at how Lincoln is arguing this slavery question and say, oh, well, okay, at the time, at that moment in time, you can say that those on the wrong side of the slavery argument were wrong because it was being argued in their own time. Men who were arguing pro-slavery, well, clearly, they're on the wrong side of that moral argument, so we can judge them by modern standards now because, by the standards of their own day, they were wrong. But that's where it turns into this really slippery slope. Because while slavery might have been an issue that was on the front burner at that moment in time, racism was not. And so you get this weird kind of parsing because of all this stuff that we've talked about earlier with the Nicomachean ethics and how people are using the Bible, and you've got Methodist ministers in their pulpits preaching racism. This is a racist sample of people. Like we said, maybe the most set of racist individuals ever. It's baked into the national identity. It's baked into the culture. Virtually nobody, if you were to hop into a time machine and go back to the 1850s, virtually no one would view racist ideas the same way we do now. Virtually nobody is going to say, in practice, white people and black people are equal. And so you get lines like what Meacham says, where elements of the debates make for painful reading, because you read it and you go, oh no. You've got a guy here who wants to get rid of slavery, but he's clearly a racist. And so it's a difficult sort of a thing to parse out. And what do you do with that? Do you apply any modern morality to Abraham Lincoln? Do you say, actually, well, he wasn't really all that good because he was a racist? Or, what do you do with Stephen Douglas, who's a politician? And then you think, okay, well, Lincoln was a politician as well. In fact, he was a great one because he's playing the electorate and he's trying to keep his own personal ideas out of it to a certain extent, but at the same time, he's driven by his own moral compass, but his moral compass seems to stop at actual equal rights for, whites and blacks. Meacham even brings it up. He wrote at one point that if you were to take the inalienable rights part of the Declaration of Independence and you were to play it out to its logical conclusion, you would say that whites and blacks are equal, that if all men are created equal and if all men have certain inalienable rights, not only would there not be slavery, but there wouldn't be racism either, because they're equal. You're playing that logic out. And yet, even men like Lincoln, who want to get rid of the institution of slavery, are not playing out these ideas to their logical conclusion. And it begs the question, is this a thing that this is how they feel, or is this they are playing the white electorate? And this is a fascinating conversation. Does Lincoln actually believe some of these things that are said, or is he saying stuff because he's a politician and you just can't say some of these things out loud? You can't say whites and blacks are equal and free to intermingle, and you can't say some of these things to a white electorate that's terrified of the idea of actual freedom for slaves, terrified of the idea of whites and blacks intermingling. That is an abhorrent idea. So Lincoln's not going to say that out loud because he'll never get elected. John Meacham, in his book And There Was Light, parses this out for us probably a bit better than I could. He writes, quote, "He did not seek political or social equality between whites and blacks, and his occasional use of the N-word, including in the debates with Douglas, raises difficult questions about Lincoln's own views on race. However deep his anti-slavery commitment, he was a white man in a white-dominated nation shaped by anti-black prejudice that he to some extent shared. As his defenders have noted, Lincoln had respectful dealings with free black people in Springfield, including representing black clients, and he would welcome black callers to the White House, details that suggest more of an egalitarian attitude than many of his white contemporaries shared. Still, he was pessimistic about combating racist feeling in the United States. Like many others of the era, including figures such as the black abolitionist Martin Delany, Lincoln chose to believe that racial prejudice among whites was of such scope that the practical course was to acknowledge it and accommodate it. Simultaneously, Lincoln advanced an argument in direct conflict with the racist consensus of the age, that as human beings, black people were included in Jefferson's assertions about innate equality. There was, Lincoln said at Ottawa, now quoting Lincoln, "no reason in the world why the Negro is not entitled to all the natural rights enumerated in the Declaration of Independence, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." End quote. Interrupted by loud cheers, he continued, now continuing the quote, "I hold that he is as much entitled to these as the white man. I agree with Judge Douglas that he is not my equal in many respects, certainly not in color, perhaps not in moral or intellectual endowment, but in the right to eat bread without leave of anybody else, which his own hand earns. He is my equal, and the equal of Judge Douglas, and the equal of every living man." End quote. This creates a slippery slope. You can allow for certain things to a certain point, but there's a point where it becomes too much. And the Chicago Tribune writes about these debates, and it illustrates and puts under a microscope American feelings about slavery, for the entire time that this is a issue in political spaces. Because it's not an issue where you're trying to argue that things are bad for the slaves. That's not going to be argued by Republicans. It's not going to be argued by people trying to get rid of the institution of slavery, the argument is always going to be centered around this is bad for white people, which is you're reading this and thinking that maybe you assume the best about people in the past, and you say, well, if you're going to get rid of slavery, you're going to argue that it's just naturally a bad situation for slaves. You're going to say that their suffering is terrible. And if you read like Uncle Tom's Cabin or something like that, that is going to be the argument of that book. People say that it's propaganda now. Well, the propaganda is that slaves suffer, that their experience is oppressive and awful. But when you're looking at these political arguments, that is not the angle that even anti-slavery politicians are going to take. They're going to take an argument that it's bad for whites. The Chicago Tribune wrote about this, quote, "It is far easier to convince the multitude that slavery is a baleful evil to them than to possess them with the idea that it is a cruel wrong to the enslaved. So inveterate are the prejudices of color, so deep-rooted is the conviction that the African is a being of inferior order, so intolerant is the Caucasian of the African assertion of equality, so low under the depressing influence of the institution has the national morality descended, that this method, narrow and incomplete as it is, holds out the only promise of success." End quote. This, I think, just adds a whole new element and paints this in a new light. It does make you cringe a little bit because the modern mind cannot comprehend. In fact, when I read that passage, I turned to my wife and I had my mouth open because it is such a backward line of reasoning that even the most progressive minds of the age still view this with backwards logical thinking by modern standards. How is it possible that you can argue that, slavery is such an evil and men are all given certain rights, and yet you can't take that idea to its logical end? And yet, Lincoln is a representative of the progressive minds of the age, and Douglas is a representative of the moderate minds of the age. Douglas's primary argument in these debates will be that the Lincolnian argument or the Republican argument would, quote, dissolve the Union if it succeeds. So his approach is primarily, maybe exclusively, an approach of we can't take it to this extent because the South would never have it, and you're going to invite secession of the Southern states. Whereas Lincoln says, to hell with it. This is wrong, and we need to use, the apparatus of government to see that we remove this evil, this blight. But he argues it from not a sense of it is a blight and an evil for African slaves. He argues it from the sense of it taints the white race. It makes them worse, which is it's a fascinating element of these debates, and it's awful to read. You read it and you cringe, but it's there in plain writing. Now, these debates do have some sort of a logical element to them where we're teasing out some of the arguments of the age, and you get some great arguments in there. Lincoln makes an argument that is fascinating because he's using logic to prove his point. He's saying, if this is true and this is true, why not C? Why cannot C be true as well? Lincoln said in one of these debates, quote, "If A can prove, however conclusively, that he may of right enslave B, why may not B snatch the same argument and prove equally that he may enslave A? You say A is white and B is black. It is color then, the lighter having the right to enslave the darker. Take care. By this rule, you are to be slave to the first man you meet with a fairer skin than your own. You do not mean color exactly. You mean the whites are intellectually the superiors of the blacks, and therefore have the right to enslave them. Take care again. By this rule, you are to be slave to the first man you meet with an intellect superior to your own." End quote. Again, it's worth noting that Lincoln is able to make these arguments and yet doesn't go the extra mile to make the argument. And maybe he believes. It's hard to know because in personal letters, he will say things like, the whites and blacks are are not equal, have never been equal. He shares some beliefs with Stephen Douglas, for example. And yet politically and morally, he feels this pull. And it's led a lot of his biographers to wonder, like, was he religious? There's arguments on both sides of that. I think some people would argue he was an atheist or an agnostic, and he was dressing up his religious belief to kind of match an electorate that was predominantly Christian. But even then, it's difficult to understand, because, like we said, Methodist ministers were in on the slavery thing too, so Christians weren't even absolved from this. But the practical effect of these Lincoln-Douglas debates is that they put slavery in its place politically and allow the voting electorate to witness the arguments in public. And what it does practically is, while Stephen Douglas will win this Senate race in 1858, it puts Abraham Lincoln on the map and paves the way for him to eventually win the Republican nomination in 1860. And even further, it paves the way for Stephen Douglas to lose the Democratic nomination in 1860 because the South views him as making too many concessions or not being hardliner enough, whereas Lincoln was able to paint his own, political feelings in pretty plain ink. While Lincoln and Douglas are debating for Senate seats in 1858, James Buchanan's presidency is shaping into one of the worst presidencies that the United States has ever seen. I think a lot of people, if you're going to ask somebody now, why was James Buchanan a bad president? A lot of people are going to point to the fact that he was just ineffectual with regard to secession. He kind of just let it happen. He didn't want to be the guy that rocked the boat too hard. And while that might be true, I think maybe the most practical accusation you could levy against the Buchanan administration was that it was probably the most corrupt administration ever. Historian Michael Holt wrote about the Buchanan administration, quote, "The administration was undoubtedly the most corrupt before the Civil War and one of the most corrupt in American history," end quote. There was a House of Representatives investigation committee that uncovered a litany of frauds and corruption within Buchanan's administration. James McPherson writes about this report, quote, "This report topped off a series of previous investigations that disclosed a sorry record of graft and bribery in government contracts, the civil service, and Congress itself. The War and Navy departments had awarded contracts without competitive bidding to firms that made contributions to the Democratic Party. Postmasters in New York and Chicago under both Pierce and Buchanan had siphoned off public funds into party coffers for years. The Democrats had used some of this money in congressional contests in 1858. They had also bribed judges to naturalize immigrants prematurely so they could vote in the crucial states of Pennsylvania and Indiana in 1856, and had colonized Irish railroad construction workers in Indiana to help swing that state to Buchanan. The New York postmaster fled the country in 1860 when auditors found his accounts $155,000 short. The House committee also dug up evidence that the administration had bribed congressmen to vote for admission of Kansas under the Lecompton Constitution. Government printing contracts, long a lucrative source of patronage, became a greater scandal than ever under Buchanan. Kickbacks from payments exceeded by several times the printing cost found their way into the party treasury." End quote. And that might not even have been the worst part. The Secretary of War, John Floyd, sold government property to some of his friends for less than its actual value. He also signed padded bills presented to the War Department by a contractor, basically to bail him out. And then also, probably the worst part, the singular worst part that happened in Buchanan's cabinet was that John Floyd, as reports of his corruption were coming out and as he was about to be dismissed as Secretary of War, he, seeing the writing on the wall, seeing secession as something that was on the horizon, he transferred 125 cannon from Pittsburgh to arsenals in Mississippi and Texas. And then he was allowed to essentially leave the cabinet and immediately declared himself a secessionist and pursued secession in Virginia. So, of course, in a contentious time in government, when you have a Democratic president and the Democrats are running on the slavery ticket, When the Democrats are also being viewed as corrupt, of course, the Republicans run with it, right? They go, oh, look, not only do the Democrats support slavery, not only that, they're also corrupt, they're stealing funds, they're siphoning off funds, and with disunion potentially on the horizon, they're sending U.S. military, equipment to the South, helping the South out. And we haven't even had any war yet. We haven't even had a secession crisis yet. That's still on the horizon, but, everybody can sort of read the writing on the wall, and the Republicans are getting all up in arms about this crisis in the administration. And that possibly might have been a more prevalent issue had not our old friend, the Manson murderer himself, John Brown, come out of the woodwork once again with slave revolt on the mind. In 1859, John Brown gathered his sons once again, gathered his militia that he had formed, and he targeted a slave revolt. He's striking at the most terrifying specter for the South. The thing that you're going to read over and over and over again is that Southerners are terrified of a slave revolt. James Hammond, the senator from South Carolina, will say in the Senate at one point, if we allow essentially the Republicans to have their way, we're going to be turned into Haiti. What he means by that is he's referencing a slave revolt in Haiti, where slaves rose up, killed their white owners. It was a bloody affair, but they earned their freedom and established their own sort of a state. And Hammond is saying, if you allow the Republicans to get their way, they're going to do that to us. They're going to kill all the white people, creating this specter of fear about, they don't want egalitarianism. They want to murder all of us Southern whites. And while that might have been a very real fear, it was certainly played up by politicians. Well, when you throw in these Manson characters like John Brown, he's seeing this fantastical maybe idea, and he's saying, no, I want that to happen actually. I want to start a slave revolt. So John Brown starts planning, how can I start a slave revolt? The thing that he decides that he's going to do is he's going to go steal weapons from a United States armory, and then he is going to distribute those weapons through some sort of an underground network to slaves. And he's going to try and incite a revolt, like the Nat Turner revolt or something like that. He's going to funnel weapons to slaves and say, here, take your freedom, hoping that they will step up and revolt against their masters. Step one in this plan, though, is he's got to gather his militia, and he's got to go raid an armory and capture the arms and weapons. So he gathers his little militia, and he also reaches out to his old friend, the abolitionist Frederick Douglass. Apparently, he meets him at one point in 1859, and he's asking him, he's like, join us, come on the side of us, and, we'll need your rhetorical arguments when we do this thing, essentially. He's like, I'm going to need you to help me with public opinion after I do this. And Frederick Douglass says, no, this is suicide. John Brown, I think, had it in his mind that when he reaches out to several black contacts of his, free blacks, that they will join him, and it will create this small army of several hundred individuals, and they'll walk into Harper's Ferry, and they'll dispossess the federal government of the arms there in Harper's Ferry, Virginia. But he does not get the response that he's hoping for. Frederick Douglass says no, and several other free blacks say no as well, to the point that John Brown waits from summer to fall 1859, and he does not get the response he's hoping for, and he decides to go ahead and go at it alone. He wrote a vindication of the invasion in the past tense before he had gone through with the plan. And he wrote this vindication as if the thing didn't work already. There was like this very bizarre fatalism that stole over him. And when he finally goes forth with the plan in mid-October, he did so without alerting any of the other, slaves that he expected to join his group. He essentially just goes at it and, come hell or high water, come what may, we're just going to try. He hadn't planned any escape routes from Harper's Ferry, Virginia, and he had no idea what to do after he'd actually captured the armory. There was John Brown, his sons, and 18 men, and they have no plan whatsoever what they're going to do after they capture these weapons. They have no idea for escape. There is just the plan to go in there and cause havoc or whatever it is that they have planned, because we really don't know. We only have what John Brown wrote beforehand of this vindication and what he said about it afterward. I've called John Brown the Charles Manson character of, the Civil War, and he draws very similar parallels to a Charles Manson, to a Jim Jones or somebody like that they kind of wrap themselves in this ideology or this mythos or something, but they're clearly insane. And, John Brown, if you go look at pictures of him before his trial, so prior to the Harper's Ferry fiasco, he's got long hair, a long beard, his eyes are a bit wide. I mean, he looks like there's something interesting going on underneath the hood there. And then you go look at pictures of him during his trial, and he's shaved his beard, he's clean cut, he looks significantly younger, more put together, he's wearing nicer clothes. You can tell his lawyer has sort of helped him out a little bit. He says nobody is going to side with you whatsoever if you look like a maniac. And yet he is so driven by abolitionist ideas. He sort of just takes it so much further, though, than anybody else had before him, because he's saying, if you are okay with slavery, you deserve to die. And to the extent that he has marked out several different places in the South that he's going to target next. But again, it's such a harebrained, half-baked idea, this attack on Harper's Ferry, because there's no plan. He has marked out all these places that he wants to attack, but I guess when the allies that he thought he had don't show up in numbers the way he thought they would, he despairs. He grows fatalist. Anyways, in practice, he leaves 3 men behind at their campsite, and he takes 18 others along with him, and they descend into Harper's Ferry, Virginia. And they take the federal armory without much resistance at all. There's only one watchman, and they don't kill him, but they take the armory, and then they hunker down and wait. Brown sent a patrol into the countryside to alert slaves there that, what they had done, to come and get their weapons, essentially. He then also stopped a train in Harper's Ferry, but after a couple hours let it continue, maybe to spread the word. It's really tough to know. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. He also took a hostage, the great-grandnephew of George Washington. And then after having done these things, he just waits. Townspeople in Harper's Ferry start firing on Brown's men the next day around mid-morning, and they retreat into the walled firehouse, and it is there that U.S. troops under the command of Colonel Robert E. Lee and Lieutenant Jeb Stuart attack and storm Brown's men in the firehouse. Brown is wounded by a saber in the attack, and several of his men are killed, but Brown is taken prisoner, and word kind of seeps out into the countryside what has happened, and people start to realize what Brown had been intending. Not only was he trying to gather weapons for a cause, some, crackpot, harebrained sort of a cause, not only was he doing that, people realized he was trying to incite slave rebellion. And as word starts to filter out, Virginians start planning to lynch John Brown and his co-conspirators. So the government of Virginia captures him quickly and then sentences him to hang a month later on December 2nd. A couple of his conspirators are killed December 16th, 1859, and a couple more are sentenced to hang March 16th, 1860. What's so interesting about this crackpot, harebrained raid by John Brown and his co-conspirators is that it highlights this Northern conspiracy. John Brown wasn't the only guy involved here. He had brought in Theodore Parker, who was in Europe at the time. He had obviously written to Frederick Douglass, who declined him. And there were some others as well that were up north, and there was this committee that was formed to interrogate these men, and eventually they brought a couple of them in. And, apparently the committee decided that none of these men had done anything wrong. They were kind of let off on a technicality. And it said that they believed their testimony. And it's so funny that James McPherson, writing about it later, says that any historian reading the testimony would decide that they had basically lied. But this idea that there had been some sort of a northern conspiracy to free the slaves, to arm the slaves, to create an insurrection, it takes an already tenable, at best, political situation between the North and the South, and it turns it into an inferno. Not only are Southerners saying that, the Northerners want to eventually get rid of their slaves, not only that, now they see, Northerners want to do it now, and not only do they want to get rid of our slaves, they want to take them away from us, they want to kill us in the process. This was already a tenuous us versus them kind of a thing. Remember, we've got two different cultures, two different peoples. Economically they're different, culturally they're different. And now this John Brown raid almost turns into a rallying point for fire-eating Southerners or people who are wanting to secede right now. It turns into a rallying cry for them to say, look, the North hates us. They see us as deplorable, and they want to kill us. It probably makes it even worse that initially Northerners, by and large, are kind of bewildered. You get some newspaper articles written kind of in the immediate aftermath, and they're like, it was a noble cause, but it was insane. But that tone starts to shift a little bit as the discussion about the John Brown raid changes and becomes even more contentious. That bewildered, what just happened kind of an approach to that raid turns into, he's a martyr, he's a noble man who's just, trying to defend the slaves, right? He's this guy who's almost like a Moses leading people out of the promised land. It sounds crazy because he's so clearly and obviously insane, and yet it gets taken to that degree because as the argument shifts and as the argument gets even more contentious, people in the North kind of hop on the bandwagon and things continue to even spin further and further out of control. John Brown, at his trial, rose up and delivered kind of like a last speech or his manifesto, as you will. And he says at his trial, quote, "I deny everything but what I have all along admitted of a design on my part to free slaves. Had I interfered in the manner which I admit, in behalf of the rich, the powerful, the intelligent, the social great, every man in this court would have deemed it an act worthy of reward rather than punishment. This court acknowledges too, as I suppose, the validity of the law of God. I see a book kissed, which I suppose to be the Bible, or at least the New Testament, which teaches me that all things whatsoever I would that men should do to me, I should do even so to them. It teaches me further to remember them that are in bonds as bound with them. I endeavor to act up to that instruction. Now, if it is deemed necessary that I should forfeit my life for the furtherance of the ends of justice, and mingle my blood further with the blood of my children, and with the blood of millions in this slave country whose rights are disregarded by a wicked, cruel, and unjust enactments, I say, let it be done." End quote. It's things like that that make John Brown such a complicated character, because you can't label him as sort of this one-note bad actor. You can't necessarily just say he's a guy going out doing the Manson murders, even though he commits heinous crimes. I mean, remember, his sons, and he grabbed people and pulled them out of their homes and hacked them to death with swords, and he had a plan to incite a slave rebellion. This is a treasonous guy. He's breaking every law. And yet, you view that with sort of modern sentiments, and you think, maybe the way he did it was wrong, but the things that he's saying are correct by modern standards. Clearly, you can't enslave people, especially as somebody who will cite the New Testament and say, God says not to enslave people, to be, on the side of those who are suffering. And in that sense, he is, and yet the way he goes about it is all wrong. And it becomes such a rallying point because I think Northerners coming out of this John Brown raid, they view it as, well, that was kind of the wrong application, but I think he got, he had the idea right, but the thing he did was wrong. The inverse of that is true in the South, where Southerners say, this guy is a harebrained idiot. He's insane. He's a terrorist. He needs to be treated as such. And in the North, kind of as a response to this, because it's so contentious, Northerners say he's a martyr. Theodore Parker writes from Europe that he's a saint. Ralph Waldo Emerson writes, additionally, quote, the old warrior, meaning John Brown, would, quote, make the gallows as glorious as the cross, end quote. John Brown, for his part, encapsulates the idea of a martyr. He writes to his wife and he says, I'm worth far more hung than I am left alive. People reach out to him and ask, like, can we help you, sort of a thing, trying to plan a way for him to escape the gallows. And he's like, no, just let me die. I'm worth so much as a martyr. And then when he is hung on December 2nd, 1859, church bells toll throughout northern cities. Ministers preach messages where they're commemorating John Brown's life and his legacy. He becomes an instant hero. But the South sees how the North has reacted to John Brown's execution, and they take note of it. They saw that millions of Yankees seemed to approve of his actions because his cause was in their minds noble. A paper, DeBow's Review, wrote, quote, the North has sanctioned and applauded theft, murder, treason. Could the South afford any longer to live under a government, the majority of whose subjects or citizens regard John Brown as a martyr and a Christian hero? A Baltimore newspaper answered, no. The Harper's Ferry invasion has advanced the cause of disunion more than any event that has happened since the formation of this government. End quote. In a way, that Baltimore newspaper might be right, because the John Brown attack on Harper's Ferry exposed, perhaps, maybe better than other things had been able to, this great divide that had separated North and South. It came down to a singular issue and how it was going to be decided moving forward. The North applauded efforts to, free the slaves by violence or not, through peace or violence. They applauded it, whereas the South saw the North as no longer representative of their interests. And men like Abraham Lincoln, William Seward, they reacted to the John Brown raid with consternation on one hand, but there's this idea that, he was outside the bounds and rules of law, that he was crazy. And he was. I mean, he was a crazy, mad hat individual. And Lincoln's reminding his constituents in the wake of this raid, he's saying, we can accomplish the same goals, but we have to do it within the bounds of the law, within the construction of the Constitution, within the framework of Congress. And it sort of sets up this showdown in 1860 for the presidency. My grandma used to say this very odd Southern phrase, but it's amazing. She used to tell me, piss or get off the pot. Essentially, make your decision and stick with it, or just don't bother. Well, the Republican and Democratic conventions in 1860 were the two parties' ways, I guess, of pissing or getting off the pot. It was their way of solidifying their political aims and also solidifying some of the questions about slavery. What was the country going to be? Well, these two parties had their own ideas, and the results of the Republican nominations were, I guess, maybe less of a surprise than what happened in Charleston, South Carolina at the Democratic convention. You always hear about, contentious times that when there are arguments that are interpreted, I guess, as moral arguments, these arguments tend to bring out the staunch stubbornness in people on both sides of the argument. You think about political modern arguments today. I mean, people get very involved in them. Not only are they getting involved, but they get viscerally angry, and it brings out the worst in both sides of those making the arguments, because the arguments themselves are perceived to be so important that they change everything, for here on. The stakes are huge. Well, for the Democrats meeting in Charleston, South Carolina, the stakes for them could not have been more huge because they viewed whoever their next candidate for president was going to be as, the once and for all decider of the slavery issue. And they had talked about secession as their alternative. So if we can't get the election here, well, we're going to consider seceding. And at the Charleston convention, at the Democratic convention, you have a lot of pro-secessionist, lingo being thrown around. You've got guys like William L. Yancey, who is a staunch pro-secessionist, an immediate secessionist, as you'll see some people say, where he comes into the convention and he's throwing out some fiery rhetoric about here's what we need to do and all this, that, and the other. And he's got a quote later where he basically says that his object is to throw so many perceived wrongs upon his constituents and inflame them at these perceived wrongs that he will be able to turn their anger on the political opponent. So you have men like Yancey. You have more moderates. You have Stephen Douglas, who's at the Democratic convention, and he's up for the nomination. The problem with Stephen Douglas is he's perceived to be too far in the middle. If you'll recall about Stephen Douglas with the Kansas-Nebraska debacle, Stephen Douglas believes in popular sovereignty, meaning if you put a vote to the people, that's how they should decide on large issues. So he believes on the issue of slavery that these future territories or future states, they should just decide for themselves. The federal government should stay out of it, and there shouldn't be any sort of regulation about what ends up happening top down. He's not a fan of unilateral regulation from the federal government about slavery. He says Kansas should decide for themselves what slavery is. Whatever future states come in, they should decide for themselves. That's not good enough, though, for the Democratic convention. The Democratic convention has sort of lost the moderate part of the party because, like we said, the stakes are perceived to be so high. It is a fight for survival. And saying that future states should just decide for themselves, that's tepid at best. You can't just allow people to decide for themselves because what if they decide to go the opposite way? What if they decide that they're going to abolish slavery forevermore in their state? Well, if enough, decisions are made to that end, slavery dies out slowly. And I'm sure if you were to kind of pin him down and ask Stephen Douglas what he really felt about the matter, he would probably be one of the individuals that said maybe the institution should be allowed to die out slowly. But in point of fact, he's probably ambivalent. He probably just doesn't care. If you'll recall a quote we quoted not too long ago, he's basically saying that he wanted slavery to not be a constant irritant. He's like, can we move on to other things? But you can't be a moderate in a moment when radicals are taking over the center. In Charleston, in 1860, at the Democratic Convention, the Democratic Party split. The party split between two different sides of this argument. You have the more moderate approach, the more pro-unionist approach that sided with Stephen Douglas, but you also had the immediate secessionist approach that backed John C. Breckinridge, who was Buchanan's vice president. The pro-Breckinridge side of the Democratic Party were immediate secessionists in that they wanted a free South from under the yoke of federal rule, and they felt like Breckinridge was their path forward. But it's a very interesting dichotomy here because the side of the Democrat Party that splits off and backs Breckinridge, it's all your fire-eater secessionists, and yet they're backing Breckinridge to take over the federal government as president. So it's this weird thing where they see the writing on the wall that slavery is on its way out, that the Southern way of life, as it were, is on its way out. It is persecuted by the federal government and by the North, but yet they still put hope in Breckinridge. And it's this weird thing where obviously Breckinridge is the hope for the future, and yet at the same time there is this almost fatalist, devil-may-care approach to the Union. It's, we are going to back Breckinridge, but we're kind of on our way out anyway. So it's this last-ditch attempt. Maybe that's the way to look at it. But you have men like Edmund Ruffin, who is a fire eater, an old guy. In fact, in 1861, he'll travel up and down the South. He'll go to South Carolina. He'll be there at Fort Sumter, and then he's going to go down to Florida. He's going to go over to Alabama. This is a guy that will travel up and down, evangelizing, as it were, disunion. But he backs Breckinridge. And it's this interesting kind of moment where you got, I guess, a hypocrisy maybe, or just something that doesn't quite line up. If you are pro-secessionist, immediate secessionist, get us out of the Union, and yet still participating in the Union, it's this weird moment where things are changing, and yet things are also starting to fray. Logic is starting to fray. And I think the hope for a lot of these pro-secessionists, when they split the Democratic Party, is, if you split a party, it just follows that party is going to be less powerful when it comes to the polls, because the Breckinridge side is going to steal votes from the Stephen Douglas side of the party, and vice versa. They're cannibalizing each other at the polls. But there is this hope that by cannibalizing each other, and hopefully cannibalizing the Republicans in the North, that the election will go to Congress. And then in Congress, it can be decided by, cooler heads, right? That there's going to be a final compromise, that the election will be decided there, and that we'll figure something out. Of course, that's probably a pie-in-the-sky approach when things have gotten to the point that they've gotten to already. But that is how some folks view this thing. There's an interesting story where a judge is meeting with some pro-unionist Southerners, and they're having like a conversation in the back of a tap room maybe. They're sipping whiskey, smoking cigars, just having a conversation. And the judge is speaking, and he's asking, like, how did it get to the point where we are now? And this is before the Civil War starts. But everybody kind of sees, we kind of know where this is going. And the judge is asking his friends there in the tap room, how did we get here? How were the voices of reason drowned out so resoundingly? And his friends have no answer. Nobody knows. Nobody can understand how it got to the point that we got to. And yet here we are. The Democrat Party splits. And some men see the writing on the wall, what this means. This is clearly now a shoe-in for whatever Republican candidate will win that nomination, because the vote is split. It will be ultimately split 4 ways. But this split naturally does, it fractures things. It sets you up for failure if you actually intend to win the election. Historian Bruce Catton writes about this failure, or this poor decision perhaps, and again, we're looking at this with hindsight being 20/20 vision, but Bruce Catton writes about this decision and its implications in his book, The Coming Fury. Quote, "If the leaders could speak for the people, the South had committed itself. It would not permit Stephen A. Douglas to become president, even though the price of beating him might be the election of a black Republican. Such an election, since it would be manifestly intolerable, would be proper ground for dissolution of the federal union. But the dissolution would come, not to avoid an immediate threat to the stability of Southern society, but as an alternative preferable to the tacit omission that the institution which Southern society lived by might someday have to undergo a change. At Charleston, the South had taken its stand. It would remain the South, separate and unalterable. He who could not subscribe to that fact would be an enemy." End quote. He continued later where he's talking about the mental makeup, I suppose, of Southern decision makers. And he put a pretty nice qualifier on that first passage I read just a minute ago where it says, if the leaders could speak for the people. That's a point of contention now that's come down for many years, because the leaders are this planter elite, this section of the Southern people that are different from the rest of them. They have more of a vested interest in slavery. They're not necessarily speaking for everybody's experience, which I suppose is the case in political institutions for the history of humanity, but they are taking a step out on behalf of the rest of the Southern people, making a decision for them. He continues to write about this decision and the mindset of Southerners about it. He writes, quote, "He," meaning the Southerner, "would close ranks in defense of slavery instinctively, even though he might privately be of two minds about the institution's morality or cash value. His determination to keep his, a white man's country, did not necessarily imply personal feeling against the man who had to remain a slave. The master actually liked the slave better than he did the man who owned no slaves. Frederick Law Olmsted, the Northerner, whose journey through the slave states confirmed him in his abolitionist views, noted with amazement that," quoting Olmsted now, quote, "when the Negro is definitely a slave, it would seem that the alleged antipathy of the white race to associate with him is lost." End quote. He continues, "With the enormous gulf between the owner and the owned fixed by law and enforced by all the power of the state, there could be a sort of toleration, even a fondness, which did the slave little good, but which at least served to gloss over the innate ugliness of the system itself. That ugliness, so clearly visible to Northerners who did not have to rub elbows with the institution, was also visible in the South. Orations and sermons and pamphlets might extol slavery as a positive good, but there was an underlying uneasiness about it. So the leaders of the South, no blinder than the leaders of the North, but driven by a sharper compulsion, had made the most disastrous miscalculation in American political history. The fearfully explosive issues of the day would not be brought nearer a solution by this campaign. They would only be intensified. The one candidate who, as a friend of the South, might possibly have been elected had been rejected out of hand. The national political party which traditionally served Southern interests had been wrecked. There would be no great debate. Instead of hunting for a solution, the politicians had worked for a crisis. This they would presently get, and when they got it, they would find it a catastrophe." End quote. I was reading the military historian John Keegan, and in his book about the American Civil War, he talks about, in the opening pages, this conflict that happens initially, and it's kind of brought to a head here at this Democratic convention. He talks about how there are orators and ideas flowing and great speakers and men who are able to convince other men of their ideas. And the South has plenty of these men. Historian Charles Dew would call them apostles of disunion. But in the wake of the Democratic convention, the South, or at least the Southern states that are actively seceding, which the early adopters of secession will be South Carolina, Mississippi, and Alabama, they will send men out to other states that are deciding about secession, and they will send orators to expound the ideas of the Deep South. Especially, they'll send men up to the border states, these states like Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, etc. These are states that they have Southern sympathies and ultimately will come under the influence of the Confederacy. They will join the Confederacy. But these are states that also have reasons to stay in the Union. They're not as beholden to the slave trade as the Deep South states are. They still have connection to Northern industry, especially Virginia. Virginia holds slaves, and yet it is one of the most powerful states in the Confederacy. In fact, you could make a very, very good argument that without Virginia, the Confederacy falls within a year. Not least maybe for the fact that Robert E. Lee came along in the bargain. But John Keegan talks about the fact that the South has all these great speakers and these men that are able to espouse, big ideas like secession, things that have been talked about before, but not anywhere near as seriously as it was talked about in 1860 and then 1861. But John Keegan writes that, quote, "It was the South's ill fortune that, having dominated the debate in the first half of the century, at precisely the point when the issue of principle ceased to be a contest of words and threatened to become a call to action, the North had produced a leader who spoke better and more forcefully than any of the South's current champions." End quote. That man was a lawyer from Illinois, a guy who only had served one term in the House of Representatives. This is not a esteemed political, candidate. This is a new guy on the block. In fact, while he's well known because of the Lincoln-Douglas debates, I'm going to make a comparison here that's going to rile some feathers, but it's, I think, an apt one, at least in terms of an outsider joining the fold. You probably already know where I'm going with this, but he's a bit like Donald Trump. He is not an entrenched political figure. He's a new guy. And I think it's because he's a new guy that you see him nominated by the Republican Party in 1860. The betting favorite was easily William Seward of New York. In fact, at the Republican convention in Chicago, all the delegates and everybody voting gathers in this building called the Wigwam, this giant wooden structure that people were afraid would burn, or I guess weren't afraid enough would burn because they held a massive event there. But in reading Bruce Catton, he makes mention of the fact that this was a, perhaps ill-perceived choice to hold your Republican convention in this giant wooden building, this bowl with a stage in the center. But at the Wigwam, men and dandies converge on this building, and delegates and constituents and all sorts of political folk gather at the Wigwam, and everybody thinks William Seward's going to win on the first or second ballot. He is a staunch Republican. In fact, he apparently said that disunion between the North and South, or the eventual fight that would come of that, was a, quote, irrepressible conflict. And the Republicans love that because they are just as belligerent at this point in time towards the South as the South is to them. Or I guess that's probably arguable. The South is probably a little bit more belligerent if you're polling historians here. But Seward is clearly the shoe-in. And if it's not going to be him, it's going to be Salmon Chase. So it's either Seward or Chase, and there's a few other guys as well that it could be. And the one that for sure nobody thinks is going to capture the nomination is a lawyer from Illinois, Abraham Lincoln. And yet, after the first ballot, he is second to Seward on the ballot, but it's still a distant second. But it was enough of a surprise that other constituents there at the Wigwam took notice of it and started to realize that perhaps there was something to this candidacy of Lincoln. And of course, he had several guys fighting for him there in Chicago. He famously would say when they asked him, hey, can we promise an appointment for this, that, and the other? And Lincoln will reply to them, make no promises that bind me, essentially. He's trying to keep his head above the fray, as it were, trying not to delve into the politicking and the things that come along with being nominated for president. But of course they do promise things. His men in Chicago, they stay up all night, and they promise appointments. They promise, a little bit of a glad handing sort of thing. We'll pat you on the back if you pat our back. The second ballot's even closer than the first one, and it becomes clear after the second ballot that it's a two-horse race. It's Seward and Lincoln. Now, his lobbyists work through the night, and what becomes apparent after the first ballot and into the second ballot is that Lincoln is the moderate in the party, where Simon Cameron, Salmon Chase, Edward Bates they're less desirable candidates. So it turns into a situation where it's either William Seward or it's Lincoln. It's what is the party going to stand for? And of course, Lincoln, in his Lincoln-Douglas debates, had elaborated so well on his positions on slavery, the tariff, government, things of this nature, and, the Bleeding Kansas fiasco and how James Buchanan's government was sleeping at the wheel, as it were. And I think a lot of Republicans probably felt that he could hold his own in a race now 2 years after the fact. Obviously, Stephen Douglas was running for president, but on a split Democratic ticket. They felt that he could hold his own against Stephen Douglas. Well, certainly he can hold his own against John Breckinridge. Breckinridge, of course, being associated with the corrupt government headed up by James Buchanan, the ineffectual, corrupt government of Buchanan. On the third ballot, Lincoln overtook William Seward. And a lot of people have speculated in the years since, how did it shift so quickly? Because this is a big moment for the Republican Party. It's also a big moment for the country as a whole. Because Lincoln sort of comes out of nowhere. Nobody expects him to win the nomination. If you're doing a man-on-the-street polling interview before the convention in Chicago, they're all going to tell you it's either going to be Seward, Cameron, or Chase. And then Lincoln comes out of the woodwork, and people are left to figure out what happened. Famously, William Seward was so butthurt about the results that he and his supporters were teary-eyed afterwards. But Lincoln ultimately gets the support of the Republican Party because he's a bit of an unknown commodity. They're not sure exactly how radical he is on slavery. They have a good idea because they've seen the printing of the Lincoln-Douglas debates, but he hasn't said anything so radical as to say a civil war is coming. And then, Seward also famously said that there's a higher law than the Constitution, essentially saying there's a moral law that supersedes the Constitution. At the time, very bold thing to say. The Constitution is everything. And when you're trying to duke out some of these legalities in the Senate, saying something like, oh, well, I appeal to a higher thing than the Constitution, well, that's not going to play very well with the South. So regardless of how William Seward had done in the Republican Party, it was a for sure bet that he was going to fare terribly in the South. Now, ultimately, Abraham Lincoln fares horrifically in the South anyway, and he wins the election regardless. So would William Seward have beaten a split Democratic ticket? Probably. But what sort of presidential ticket would he have put forward? Would it have represented the Republican Party in a this is the party for everyone sort of a platform that they adopt in Chicago? Or is he going to be just an abolitionist, which ultimately anybody who would have been nominated by the Republican Party, they were the abolitionist party. So, all other feelings about everything other than slavery was discarded. But on the third ballot, Abraham Lincoln overtook William Seward as his supporters consolidated under his ticket. And along with Hannibal Hamlin from Maine as his vice president, the Lincoln-Hamlin ticket made its way onto the national stage as a potential president-elect. Now, here's what's interesting. As soon as Abraham Lincoln is nominated for the Republican ticket, it's pandemonium in the South. Lincoln is harangued as a black Republican and all sorts of other slurs. And this is where it's such a touchy little thing, because events happen so quickly and you wonder, are men being drug along by events, or are men influencing these events? Or is it just like this cauldron of fervor that takes everybody along with it? Alexander Stephens, who was a senator from Georgia, will eventually be the vice president of the Confederacy. He will famously give a speech in 1860, just before the Republican nomination, where he says, in his judgment, there's not sufficient cause to secede just based on whoever the Republicans nominate, or if that nominee inevitably wins the presidency, which I think a lot of people at the time probably saw the writing on the wall. It was either going to be a tie, or the candidate wasn't going to get enough electoral votes to win the election, therefore it goes to Congress, or they were going to win. But there was no chance, I think. Nobody realistically saw a win for either Breckinridge or Douglas. So Alexander Stephens, giving a speech in 1860, he says that, quote, "The election of no man constitutionally chosen to that high office is sufficient cause for any state to separate from the Union. The South ought to stand by still and aid in maintaining the Constitution of the country." End quote. But then the election inevitably comes. Lincoln's nominated in May of 1860. On November 6th, it's announced that Abraham Lincoln will win the presidency. In fact, it's a very interesting dichotomy. He receives more votes than any candidate had ever received prior, and yet he carried no southern states. But he receives 180 electoral votes, carries the election. It's in a race, too, where he's not even on the ballot in any of the Deep South states, and he receives virtually no votes in the border states either. He wins on the back of the North itself. So Alexander Stephens, with his warning just a couple months before, he says that's not good enough reason to secede. They're constitutionally elected. Then December 20th, a month after Lincoln is elected president, South Carolina secedes from the Union. In the Articles of Secession that South Carolina publishes, they say about slavery and about the reason for secession, quote, "An increasing hostility on the part of the non-slaveholding states to the institution of slavery has led to a disregard of their obligations, and the laws of the general government have ceased to affect the objects of the Constitution. For 25 years, this agitation has been steadily increasing, until it has now secured to its aid the power of the common government. Observing the forms of the Constitution, a sectional party has found within that article establishing the executive department the means of subverting the Constitution itself. A geographical line has been drawn across the Union, and all the states north of that line have united in the election of a man to the high office of President of the United States, whose opinions and purposes are hostile to slavery. He is to be entrusted with the administration of the common government, because he has declared that the government cannot endure permanently half slave, half free, and that the public mind must rest in the belief that slavery is in the course of ultimate extinction." End quote. Now, something really interesting happens in those Articles of Secession, because they're pointing out a couple different things. South Carolinians are pointing out that the North has elected a presidential candidate that is hostile to the institution of slavery, which he is. They're also pointing out that the North is not doing their part to enforce the Fugitive Slave Act, and that is ultimately, I think, the main complaint in the South Carolina Articles of Secession. But what's so interesting is it all comes back to the issue of slavery. And because I try and see this thing from every perspective, I did find a perspective that paints it in a more positive light for the southern states. And I don't do this to absolve those who seceded, but it is interesting to, I think, understand because it is a half-truth. I found writer Shelby Foote's interpretation, and he's a Mississippian. He has written a great trilogy of books called Civil War, A Narrative. And it's fascinating to read, if for no other reason than you get to see it through a Southerner's perspective, which, ethics of everything aside, it's fascinating to get that perspective, but then also juxtapose it with a whole litany of other sources as well. You wouldn't want to read it by itself because it would influence how you see things, but it's nice to get this full picture. Well, Shelby Foote wrote this about secession, or at least about how the South viewed the North. Quote, "I'm a Mississippian, and I understand secession the way a Georgian or a Virginian would have understood it. They weren't trying to destroy the government. They were trying to get out from under a government they no longer felt represented them." End quote. Now, many historians have debunked a portion of that claim because a portion of it is factually true. The South, for good or ill, clearly did not feel like the North, or at least the federal government, represented them anymore. Historian James McPherson writes about secession, its constitutionality, and how Southerners would have viewed the whole thing. He writes, quote, "Was secession constitutional, or was it an act of revolution? The Constitution is silent on this question, but most secessionists believed in the legality of their action. State sovereignty, they insisted, had preceded national sovereignty. When they had ratified the Constitution, states delegated some of the functions of sovereignty to a federal government, but did not yield its fundamental attributes. Having ratified the Constitution by a convention, a state could reassert total sovereignty in the same manner." End quote. This becomes a giant rub. It's still a discussion today. Historians will disagree on what this means. What does it mean when the states got together and ratified the Constitution? Did it mean that they set up sort of a new supreme law of the land when they did that by setting up the Constitution? Or does that mean that the states were free to kind of renege on that deal if they decided the Constitution no longer represented the values of those states? Now, we have an answer now because after the Civil War, it was decided in 1869, there was an amendment to the Constitution which said that the Union was essentially perpetual. Because this was obviously such a point of contention that led to the Civil War, the federal government felt like they had to put it in writing and say, clearly, here's what you can and cannot do as states. But prior to the Civil War, this idea of states' rights, as it were, was a bit grayer. Was secession an act of revolution? Was secession a constitutional right? Now, it's not written in black and white in the Constitution whether or not it is a right of the states that they can secede. We can look at what people said about it at the time. Andrew Jackson said, now this would have been years beforehand, but he wrote, "The Constitution forms a government, not a league. Disunion by force is treason." End quote. James Buchanan also at one point said that while he felt like secession was not constitutional, he didn't feel like the federal government had the ability to enforce the fact that he felt like secession was unconstitutional. He famously will say that if the states can secede, then the federal government is useless. What's the point in having a federal government if the states can just leave whenever they want? Ultimately, we have these conversations about why did ultimately the Republican Party and Lincoln himself, why were they so adamant that secession could not be allowed to occur? Well, it comes down to us that there's two reasons for this. You'll see this commonly espoused by multiple historians. So I'm making a sum of the parts, the multiple different opinions written by several different historians. They come down to these two main things. The first is national identity. Lincoln, he saw secession as a direct threat to popular government, to the idea of America, at least how he viewed, the Founding Fathers' idea of America. If you can just dissolve a democracy by a lost presidential election, that means that democracy doesn't work. Lincoln would have viewed the failure of the 1860 election, or at least the fallout of the 1860 election, as a failure of democracy. If these states can just secede because they don't like Abraham Lincoln as the potential president, well, then democracy as a whole has failed, right? So you can't allow the states to secede just because they don't like the outcome of an election. It kind of overrules that whole peaceful transfer of power part of the Constitution. You also can't let them leave if you're Abraham Lincoln because of precedent. If you just allow states to leave, then states will leave. It's going to turn into a situation where if you allow it to happen once, other states, for future unknown reasons, will just decide, hey, we're going to leave the Union. We're going to set our own petty countries up, and, the Union will no longer exist. So Lincoln views secession, when he does get into office, he views it as something that is the antithesis of everything the Constitution stands for. And remember, Lincoln at times has talked about the Constitution as your model, but he also is somebody that seems to view the Constitution as a heavy suggestion at times, which is a very difficult thing, and I'm reading into it based on a couple quotes here and there and based on his actions. But some of these things are just not drawn out in black and white. And they have been for us in the years since. So you almost have to cut him some slack and cut those around him some slack, as they don't have, clear and obvious, here's what you do in this scenario, here's what you do in that scenario. But he says, you can't allow the states to destroy the federal government because then, the United States will no longer exist any longer, and we're just going to divide up into petty countries. And that, according to Abraham Lincoln and those around him, is unacceptable. It's very difficult to make an argument either way and say for sure and certain, well, secession is unconstitutional, and here's why. Because the Constitution's silent on it. But what we can do is we can go back and look and see what the men said at the time. James McPherson wrote in The Battle Cry of Freedom about the causes of disunion, not necessarily commenting on the constitutionality of disunion, but the causes of it. He writes, quote, "A good many low slaveholding Democratic counties voted for immediate secession, while numerous high slaveholding Whig counties backed cooperation. And of course, cooperationism did not necessarily mean unionism. Nevertheless, the partial correlation of cooperationism with low slaveholding caused concern among secessionists. So they undertook a campaign to convince non-slaveholders that they too had a stake in disunion. The stake was white supremacy. In this view, the Black Republican program of abolition was the first step toward racial equality and amalgamation." End quote. This next little section, this period in time that it's a couple months, but it is the most fascinating part of this to me, to the point that I found a book written by historian Charles Dew where he writes this 100-page book entirely about this period when the Deep South sends secessionist commissioners to other slaveholding states to essentially argue the case of secession. And they argue the case solely based on white supremacy. And I'm going to read some of the arguments that these men made. And you might think at this point I'm beating a dead horse. But these arguments represent, in plain language, a lot of different aspects of Southern culture. You're getting the racist views, you're getting the white supremacist views, but you're also getting to blend that with this oratory, this thing that John Keegan was talking about, where the South had great orators who would go and speak to other men and convince them of their views, but also how the North was able to produce one of their own, produce Abraham Lincoln. This concept of speaking to peers, it's so common in the day. It's one of the more fascinating things that I've found while researching this, because this just doesn't really happen anymore. We live in an age of podcasts, right? You're listening to me talk to you, but this concept of speaking to peers, writing convincing arguments, that is almost a lost art. And getting to read some of these speeches, it's fascinating because they are pointing out different things that they feel are important for other men to know and convincing them of the inescapable truths, I guess, as they see it, of white supremacy. One of these men was Judge William Harris. Harris was a native Georgian and had been offered a seat on the Supreme Court by James Buchanan, which he had declined because he felt like disunion was on the horizon. He spoke to a joint session of the Georgia General Assembly on Monday, December 17th, 1860. This is what William Harris said to his peers, convincing them of the arguments of disunion. He said to them, quote, "They have demanded," speaking of the North and the Republicans, "they have demanded and now demand equality between the white and Negro races under our Constitution, equality in representation, equality in the right of suffrage, equality in the honors and emoluments of office, equality in the social circle, equality in the rights of matrimony." This new administration, he said, promised freedom to the slave, but eternal degradation for you and for us. Harris continues, saying, "Our fathers made this a government for the white man, rejecting the Negro as an ignorant, inferior, barbarian race, incapable of self-government, and not, therefore, entitled to social equality." Harris continued that Lincoln's administration was determined to overturn and strike down this great feature of our Union and to substitute in its stead their new theory of the universal equality of the black and white races. End quote. Another immediate secessionist was a man named Leonidas Spratt, a man who at one point was labeled by Horace Greeley, the peculiar newspaper writer in the North. He was labeled as a philosopher of the new African slave trade. So we're talking about, an ardent pro-slavery individual. Spratt went to South Carolina College, was a native South Carolinian, a strong advocate for immediate secession, for disunion, and for slavery. Spratt spoke to his constituents and said this, quote, "Within this government, two societies have become developed. The one is the society of one race, the other of two races. The one is based on free labor, the other slave labor. The one is braced together by but the two great relations of life, the relations of husband and wife and parent and child. The other by the three relations of husband and wife, parent and child, and master and slave. The one embodies the social principle that equality is the right of man, the other the social principle that equality is not the right of man, but the right of equals only." Spratt finishes his argument by saying that two different civilizations had emerged in the United States, and he said, "The contest was inevitable. There is and must be an irrepressible conflict between them, and it were best to realize the truth." End quote. You'll notice he brings up that irrepressible conflict line. He's quoting William Seward when he says that. So the arguments of disunion are threefold. It's first, that the North is going to amalgamate the white and black races, and that is abhorrent. It's second, that the North and South have become two different entities, and therefore the federal government cannot possibly represent them. And the third argument was espoused by a man named Stephen Hale, who spoke to the Kentucky Assembly in 1860. He said, quote, "The Lincoln election is nothing less than an open declaration of war, for the triumph of this new theory of government destroys the property of the South, lays waste to her fields, and inaugurates all the horrors of a San Domingo servile insurrection, consigning her citizens to assassinations and her wives and daughters to pollution and violation to gratify the lust of half-civilized Africans." Hale continues, "The slaveholder and non-slaveholder must ultimately share the same fate, all be degraded to a position of equality with free Negroes, stand side by side with them at the polls, and fraternize in all the social relations of life, or else there would be an eternal war of races, desolating the land with blood and utterly wasting all the resources of the country." End quote. So it is threefold. It is this amalgamation of the races. It is the separation between North and South culture. And then it is the fear that this new election of Lincoln will set the clock, I guess, on the eventual amalgamation of races and what that means for the two cultures. So it's kind of blending those first two arguments into a single argument by saying that Abraham Lincoln, he is the harbinger of doom for slavery. These commissioners as well, they're doing the carrot and stick thing. They're starting out with a stick by saying, here's what you need to fear from this new Republican administration. But Henry Louis Benning, a senator from Georgia, he illustrated the carrot. He said that all these things, yes, all these things are bad, but here's what you can look forward to if we consolidate together as Southern states, form a confederacy, and espouse slave labor. He writes, quote, "Georgia and the other cotton states produce 4 million bales of cotton annually. Every one of those bales is worth $50, and the entire crop, therefore, is worth $200 million. He was confident," now this is quoting Charles Dew, the historian, "he was confident that the South's slave labor force would increase that 1860 crop of 4 million bales to 6 million bales by 1870, and 9 million bales by 1890, and so on into the 20th century. Sugar, rice, naval stores, lumber, and various other articles would add another 30 million to the South's current productivity and bring the 1860 total to $230 million with a prospect of vast increase." End quote. I did a quick little calculation to convert the currency from 1860's value to modern value. That $230 million in 1860 is worth nearly $9 billion today. So we're not dealing with an insignificant amount of money. In fact, it's often bandied about that the South if you were to just separate it from the rest of the United States, it would have the fourth highest grossing economy in the world at the time in 1860. So there are economic considerations here, and Benning continues by pointing out another stick version of this carrot and stick argument. After pointing out the carrot and saying, hey, here's how things are going to progress if we stick together, he brings out the stick again and says, but if we don't, here's what you have to look forward to. One of the great fears from Virginia was that their citizens would be barred from selling their slaves to Deep South states. So essentially the intercontinental slave trade would die out if, Deep South states seceded and border states did not. So the African slave trade has been barred, but the ability to sell slaves between other slaveholding states generated a large amount of income. It kept the value of the slave up as a commodity. Again, horrible thing to say, but it keeps the capitalist society moving forward. There was a fear among Virginia delegates that the Deep South states would cease to allow this to continue, that they would bar intercontinental slave selling and buying. Benning was asked when he was speaking to the Virginia delegates, would Deep South states forbid this from continuing? And Benning responded, quote, I have no doubt that they would be prevented from doing so, end quote. Meaning, Deep South states would prohibit border states, if they did not secede along with them, from being able to sell their slaves to other Deep South states. Charles Dew comments on this quote by saying, so there it was, an unambiguous statement that unless the states of the Upper South seceded, their lucrative human traffic with the states of the new Confederacy would grind to a halt, end quote. Dew continues by saying, if you were to combine the value of slaves with the exports themselves, that, quote, the total monetary value of the South's entire slave property on the eve of the Civil War was stunning. $4 billion was the figure given by Commissioner Stephen F. Hale of Alabama to the governor of Kentucky in 1860, and I had come to the conclusion that Hale's valuation was an accurate one. Applying the 2016 multiplier of 29.4 to that $4,1860 produces a valuation of well over $100 billion today. So we look on this now and we say, it's clear and obvious why the North, proceeded as they did not allow the South to secede, to make a separate country. It's almost self-evident, right? Why would a government allow itself to be broken apart? And sometimes we lose the context for why the South was so belligerent about this issue. It sounds awful to say, to try and find some reasoning behind it, but the South has enormous stakes in this. They have no other alternative because their economy is so tied to human bondage, to chattel slavery. $100 billion. We are talking about not an insignificant amount of money, right? There is no other alternative, and you sort of bake into that argument as well Southern pride and this heritage argument and, this honor. These men are incredibly prideful. They are this aristocratic stock that, they get a little huffy anytime you bring up any potential breach of honor. These men will duel each other if they perceive that another man has slighted them in any way. They'll just go out into a field and shoot each other with pistols. And that's over minor slights. What about major ones? As this conflict ramps up, federal forts are going to be consolidated and held. And these elite Southerners have to look on as the federal government starts to slowly prepare itself for war. Not declaring war, but slowly kind of preparing itself for the inevitability. These prideful men, these aristocrats, what do you think they're going to do when their great cities are blockaded? What if the southern jewel, Charleston, is blockaded? Will they sit by and allow it to happen, or will these men of action, these men who have been men of great words and oratory, will they become men of action? In December 1860, Major Robert Anderson was in a pickle. He was in command of Fort Moultrie in the Charleston Harbor, but he was also nominally in command of Castle Pinckney and a little outpost in the middle of Charleston Harbor, Fort Sumter. Now, he's in a pickle because amidst all of these hostilities that are growing between the North and the South, and the Buchanan administration's unwillingness to be direct about it, Major Anderson is left to his own devices, as it were, in the harbor. There's this gentleman's agreement that grows between the state of South Carolina and the Buchanan administration. The gentleman's agreement essentially says, we won't move around. This is, if I'm speaking for the Unionists and the federal government, the federal government is saying, we won't move around. We won't adjust our troops in the harbor as long as South Carolina, as long as you don't do anything either. So we're going to have kind of a standoff. On the one side, the South Carolinians are not going to move to take any new, forts or installations. They're not going to move to establish any new batteries. But on the other hand, Major Anderson and his federal troops at Fort Moultrie, they won't do anything either. So we're just going to stare at each other across the water until something happens that precipitates more action. Here's the problem, though. If you're Major Anderson and you have your 68 federal troops there in Fort Moultrie and things are getting a little spicy there in the harbor, it becomes a situation where you need clear direction from the federal government that dictates what you can or cannot do. And I guess following the theme of the Buchanan administration for the entirety of its administration, there is little clarity coming from them. He's asking for orders. He sends telegrams and letters to Washington repeatedly where he's saying, what should I do? Here's the situation. Tell me what to do. And the administration repeatedly will not give him clear and obvious orders. They don't say do this or do that. What they do end up doing, though, is they give Major Anderson authority to do what he feels is best. It's probably worth talking about Major Anderson for a moment. This is a guy from Kentucky. He is a Unionist with Southern sympathies. So he is almost the perfect guy for this gig. And in fact, as things are getting spicy in the Charleston Harbor, he replaces the previous guy in charge of Fort Moultrie. Anderson's put there because he is less bellicose than his predecessor and because he is viewed as kind of this moderate within the federal army. Winfield Scott respects him. He is generally well respected, but he's also kind of towing the party lines, right? He has sympathies for the plight of the southern states, and yet he is also clearly, a man of duty, a man of honor. So he's respected by everyone. The South Carolinians respect him because he's not some crazy fire eater, for abolition, but he's also a man who, will clearly acquit himself well of his duty, which everybody can respect. The problem is, though, for the South Carolinians, he is a man who will acquit himself well. And when he's put in this situation in the Charleston Harbor where he has clear control of the harbor, but he also has no clear, administrative direction about what to do. What do you do if you're a major in this increasingly hostile harbor where you have essentially 3 installations that you could occupy with your 68 men? What do? Do you stay at Fort Moultrie at a position that appears indefensible? Castle Pinckney is completely indefensible. The only defensible position in the Charleston Harbor, according to Major Anderson's opinion and that of his engineer corps, is Fort Sumter. Fort Sumter is this little installation in the middle of the harbor, but it's run down. It's not greatly put together, but it is easily reinforceable, and it's very difficult to attack. Major Anderson decides the best option is Fort Sumter. Fort Moultrie is no longer defensible if the South Carolinians decide to attack him, and this is the rub. The South Carolinians will claim We had no intention of attacking you at Fort Moultrie, but he's seeing men parade around. He's seeing, the reinforcements come, the guns are he sort of can see the sum of all the actions around Fort Moultrie. And Major Anderson, with his essentially authority from Washington to do whatever he thinks is best, he decides he needs to move his troops. After successfully getting his garrison from Fort Moultrie to Fort Sumter and spiking the gun carriages, destroying, the guns at Fort Moultrie, making them unusable, well, theoretically, by the South Carolinians, Secretary of War John Floyd, now remember, this is the same guy that has, been accused of corruption. Not a great Secretary of War. He's about to be phased out. He's about to be a Confederate himself. So you can imagine the tension, I guess, when word reaches Washington, D.C. that Major Anderson has moved from Moultrie to Sumter after we had this gentleman's agreement that nobody would do anything, right? Secretary of War Floyd sends a message to Major Anderson where he says, "I hear you've moved from Moultrie to Sumter. What happened?" And Major Anderson sends back this long response where he points out that the South Carolinians have started making aggressive moves. He feels like if he was going to be attacked, Moultrie would be an indefensible position, and he argues the points for why he felt like he was about to potentially be attacked. He writes this long letter to John Floyd. It's fantastic. Major Anderson writes, quote, "I will add as my opinion that many things convinced me that the authorities of the state designed to proceed to a hostile act. Under this impression, I cannot hesitate that it was my solemn duty to move my command from a fort which we could probably not have held longer than 48 or 60 hours to this one, where my power of resistance is increased to a very great degree. The governor of this state sent down one of his aides today and demanded courteously but preemptively that I should return my command to Fort Moultrie. I replied that I could not and would not do so. He stated that when the government came into office, he found there was an understanding between his predecessor and the president that no reinforcements were to be sent to any of these forts, and particularly to this one, and that I had violated this agreement by having reinforced this fort. I remarked that I had not reinforced this command, but that I had merely transferred my garrison from one fort to another, and that, as the commander of this harbor, I had a right to move my men into any fort I deemed proper. I told him that the removal was made on my own responsibility, and that I did it because we were in a position that we could not defend, and also under the firm belief that it was the best means of preventing bloodshed." End quote. Now, what do you do in that situation? What do you do if you're the South Carolinians and you had this gentleman's agreement that nobody would do anything, and, Major Anderson moves? Is that cause for you to do anything? Well, it's this sticky situation where it's like, he didn't really do anything. He moved, as Anderson says. He has command of the harbor, and he didn't reinforce or add anything to his garrison. He just moved from one to the other. South Carolinians immediately take over Fort Moultrie, and the gun carriages that were fired and spiked, they are fixed, and then those guns are turned onto Fort Sumter. Now, here's the thing. If you have a gentleman's agreement that we're not going to do anything, if you don't do anything, this Mexican standoff sort of a situation, and Major Anderson moves, does that now mean that South Carolina can make moves to, reinforce their positions in and around the Charleston Harbor? Does that mean that now they have an excuse to start making military moves of their own? The governor of South Carolina decides that yes, this does mean that they can start making moves of their own, and they do. They start to reinforce and create new installations in and around the Charleston Harbor, all these guns trained on Fort Sumter. They call in militia, and thousands stream in. And these installations, it becomes a very touchy situation because, there's very well-entrenched positions in and around the harbor in South Carolina's hands, and then Sumter itself, it's a very difficult position to overtake. If you're Major Anderson, who's a well-respected major, he's taught artillery at West Point, This is a situation where it becomes more of a political situation than a military one, because he could theoretically dictate how this thing goes from his position at Fort Sumter. I mean, he's got a great vantage of the harbor. He can command the harbor from Fort Sumter. It's a fantastic fort. In fact, the South, when it does take over Fort Sumter, it will hold it off and on for the entire Civil War. They give the Union fits with Fort Sumter. But if you're Major Anderson, you're playing the politics of, am I authorized to start a war? Am I not? What am I authorized to do? And under the Buchanan administration, he has very little direction in that regard. His direction is just do what you think is best. Don't cause unnecessary risk to yourself or your command. But there's little, supreme direction, I guess, from Buchanan, from John Floyd, other than don't go get yourself killed. Don't do anything rash. They give Major Anderson, even after this Fort Moultrie transition, even after that, they give don't do anything I wouldn't do. And then Major Anderson's left to figure out, well, what would you do? And they're notoriously silent on that subject. For a couple months, there's this standoff where Anderson is sitting in Fort Sumter and South Carolina militia, the state of South Carolina militia, are enforcing different positions in and around the harbor. In late December 1860, Anderson sends a telegram back to Washington where he says, supplies are getting a little low. It'd be nice if you could send some help in that regard. So the War Department outfits a civilian vessel that they outfit with federal troops and supplies, and they send that steamer down to the harbor. That steamer is called the Star of the West, and it arrives in Charleston Harbor January 9th. This is a fantastic moment in this whole drama. The Star of the West is this civilian steamer. It arrives in the harbor, and it has no flag. So these South Carolina installations kind of pause and wait, and they're looking at the ship, trying to figure out what is it going to do. Well, Anderson knows that the Star of the West is coming. He has expected it. And in one of the weird sort of scenarios here, South Carolina is not reading his mail, which is odd because all the mail that comes to Fort Sumter has to go through, it has to be carried out to him by a little ship. South Carolina governor is not opening his mail. He's getting letters from his wife, from the War Department. It's emblematic of this whole period in time when, things that you would think you would be doing now militarily, like, reading your potential enemy's mail, these things are not being done. So South Carolina doesn't necessarily know that this reinforcement or, resupply mission is coming. Anderson does, though, and he writes in a report back to Washington, again, not reading the mail. He writes a report back to Washington where he describes the Star of the West incident from his point of view. Major Anderson writes, quote, this morning, January 9th, this morning about 6:45, I was informed that the steamer which had been expected was coming up the channel. I immediately had the troops at their stations. As the steamer was approaching Fort Moultrie, she received a fire across her bow from a masked battery on Morris Island, and shortly after this, a heavy fire was opened upon her from Fort Moultrie. The steamer immediately hoisted the United States flag, but nevertheless received several shots through her hull, and she very prudently put about and returned to sea. End quote. Anderson's report doesn't even color this with the proper drama. This is just war correspondence back to Washington. But can you imagine? Anderson and his men inside Fort Sumter see the ship coming. It has no flag raised. Batteries on Morris Island fire on the ship because, again, we got this gentleman's agreement. You're not going to do anything if we're not going to do anything. They hit the Star of the West, and the Star of the West then immediately raises a United States flag. So South Carolinians are firing on a United States vessel, and then they continue to fire on a United States vessel. And so Major Anderson, watching the proceedings, has to decide, hold on, was this firing by South Carolinian guns on the Star of the West, was this an act of war? as the commander of this harbor, do I need to respond? What do I do now? And of course, because the Buchanan administration is fantastic, they give him no direction. He has had no clear direction about, hey, can I start a war? Should I not? What should I do? They say, use your discretion, I guess, as a means to blame Anderson if anything goes sideways. But Anderson is sitting on the parapets at Fort Sumter. The Star of the West is fired upon, it raises the flag, and he decides in this moment, am I going to start the war or not? He decides no. He allows the Star of the West to turn about and go back into open seas, and he keeps his guns inside Fort Sumter silent. You can go back and read the letters written by officers of Anderson's inside of Fort Sumter, and they're urging him, hey, we should fire. We should do something because now they have instigated war, and it's our solemn duty to return fire. Anderson decides no. He's weighing the pros and cons. He's saying, okay, I could fire. And that is an act of war. Firing on a U.S. vessel, it's an act of war. But what do you perpetuate the fighting if you're Anderson, or do you do everything in your power to maintain peace? Ultimately, Anderson opts for that option. Now, throughout January 1861, tensions between Washington and the Confederacy are rising. Arsenals in Louisiana, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Texas, and Arkansas are seized by the Confederacy. The Confederacy gets, with these seized arsenals, about 100,000 small arms from U.S. forts and armories. They also seize forts in Pensacola, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, and also, of course, Pinckney and Moultrie and Charleston, and a couple forts in Louisiana. So all of this is kind of the lead up to March 1861, where now we have had the Confederacy seizing U.S. installations, and we have fired on U.S. boats. What happens next? Well, I think the thing that everybody's waiting for is, what is the new president going to do? What's Lincoln going to be like with regard to all these installations and different things like that? And Lincoln says a very specific thing in his first inaugural that sets everybody off. He says in his first inaugural address, quote, "The power confided in me will be used to hold, occupy, and possess the property and places belonging to the government, and to collect the duties and imposts. But beyond what may be necessary for these objects, there will be no invasion, no using of force against or among the people anywhere." End quote. He will continue by saying, essentially, if you don't shoot first, we won't respond. But if you do shoot first, we will respond with force. And this is perhaps the greatest argument of this entire thing. What does it mean, shoot first? Because we have already seen the Confederacy has seized multiple different forts and military arsenals. They have seized supply depots and taken U.S. federal small arms, cannon, and other things of the sort. So does that mean that we have gotten to the point where there's force being used? Apparently not, because when Abraham Lincoln is inaugurated on March 4th, 1861, he has not ordered as his first order that all these places should be immediately retaken. So it becomes a point where, is there a point where Lincoln's administration will take a stand, or will they allow this trend of forts and other installations in southern states, seceded states, will they allow all of these installations to just be taken? Famously, the first letter, at least supposedly, the anecdote goes that the first letter that Abraham Lincoln receives as president is a communique from Major Anderson to Washington saying that supplies are running low, he needs food. And so the very first thing that Abraham Lincoln's administration has to figure out is, what do you do with Fort Sumter? What do you do with all these other installations that are being overtaken by Confederate forces? But mainly, what do you do with Sumter? The other aspect of this is, in this push and pull of who's going to be the first aggressor, there's a lot of different things you could look at and say, this was an act of aggression, this other thing was an act of aggression on both sides of this. Here's what's interesting. March 1st, 1861, Pierre Gustave Toutant Beauregard is given command of Confederate forces by the Confederate government in Montgomery, Alabama. March 3rd, 1861, Beauregard arrives in Charleston to take control of Charleston Harbor. And then, of course, March 4th, Abraham Lincoln is inaugurated as president. March 6th, President Jefferson Davis calls for 100,000 Confederate volunteers, and they will serve a 12-month contract. Are those things by themselves declarations of war? Well, the United States doesn't go forward with action based on these things first. Lincoln wants to wait for, something to happen. And he receives that letter from Major Anderson where he's asking for a resupply. It's funny because immediately Lincoln holds a meeting of his cabinet and they vote no. Again, you've got that gentleman's agreement, and all eyes are kind of turning on Sumter because it has ramped up in drama. You've had that Star of the West incident in January, but Anderson's been there for months now, and he's well entrenched. And as forces are starting to marshal on either side here, eyes kind of turn to Sumter. So initially they decide, no, we're not going to resupply Sumter. In fact, there's a very interesting situation where new Secretary of State William Seward kind of takes upon himself to decide how this is going to go. Seward writes a letter to Lincoln where he argues for a plan that would abandon Fort Sumter and focus on Fort Pickens in Florida. James McPherson chronicles this letter and its implications. McPherson writes, quote, "In mystifying fashion, Seward suggested that to abandon Sumter and hold Pickens would change the issue from slavery to Union. Beyond that, the Secretary of State would demand explanations from Spain and France for their meddling in Santo Domingo and Mexico, and declare war if their explanations were unsatisfactory. Presumably, this would reunite the country against a foreign foe. Whatever policy we adopt," Seward pointed out, "it must be somebody's business to pursue and direct it incessantly." He left little doubt whom he had in mind. Lincoln's astonishment when he read this note can well be imagined. Not wanting to humiliate Seward or lose his services, however, the president mentioned the matter to no one and wrote a polite but firm reply the same day. He had pledged to hold, occupy, and possess federal property, Lincoln reminded his Secretary of State, and he could not see how holding Sumter was any more a matter of slavery or less a matter of union than holding Pickens. Ignoring Seward's idea of an ultimatum to Spain or France, Lincoln told him that whatever policy was decided upon, quote, "I must do it," end quote. Seward's actions here before Fort Sumter are fascinating because you also got to think about this sense from, Lincoln is an unproven politician. His cabinet are formed of kind of stalwarts, political stalwarts. They are old heads. People know about them. They are known quantities. Abraham Lincoln is a completely unknown quantity politically. He's only served this one term in the House of Representatives. People think he is, green or useless. And you're coming in after an administration that is universally decried as useless. So strong men like Seward think we've got to do something. We've got to be, decisive. And he wants to act behind Lincoln's back because he doesn't trust that Lincoln will do what he feels it takes to solve this conundrum. So famously, South Carolina will send commissioners to Washington to treat with the new government, and then the Confederacy will as well. So you've got, initially South Carolina sends commissioners up to deal with the Buchanan administration, and then with the Lincoln administration, the Confederacy will send commissioners. And they will send honorable men, from great stock, former senators, former politicians, great men to deal with Seward. And Seward will tell them about Sumter. Yeah, we're gonna abandon Fort Sumter. Supplies are running thin. It's looking tenuous. We're gonna get him out of there. Of course, not getting explicit, approval from Lincoln to say these things to these Confederacy commissioners. The commissioners then take Seward's words at face value, and they write back to Jefferson Davis and the Confederacy saying, yep, they're just going to leave Fort Sumter. It creates this situation where everybody is stuck in a holding pattern, waiting for the shoe to drop. But remember, Major Anderson had sent the communique to Washington asking for a resupply. So initially, Lincoln's cabinet said no. But Lincoln, over a period of time, is starting to reframe this as this is not a military resupply. This is a humanitarian resupply. We've got soldiers and they're hungry. He's able to do this because the president is approached by a man named Gustavus Fox. And Fox has an idea how, they can resupply Fort Sumter and do it in a humanitarian way without starting a war. What's so interesting about this moment is that you have this division within the cabinet. And there's been books written about Lincoln's cabinet and about the divisions within it and how Lincoln came to dominate his cabinet. But Lincoln, in this moment, he is trying to figure out a way to not be the cause of conflict, but also act. And this is a very thin line that he's trying to toe. The way that he gets his cabinet on board with this action is using some of these lawyerly qualities that he's used in the past, the same way he argued against slavery in the Lincoln-Douglas debates, the same way he got himself elected as president. It's this kind of everyman's logic approach to this. He says, well, if we just send them food, they can't fire on us. There's no cause there. If we send a military action, that's obviously potentially cause for a war. But if we're just trying to send them food, what are they going to do? Fire on, a ship carrying bread? It's through this framing that he's able to get the cabinet on board with the idea and also maintain some of this moral high ground. Moral high ground, might I add, that's very difficult to find because all of these arguments seem to have an element of them on both sides of this thing. The Southerners, they feel like they have moral high ground, whereas the president himself feels like he has moral high ground. And if everybody feels like they have the moral high ground, that means somebody's lying. The Gustavus Fox plan was meant to be sort of a sneak attack sort of a plan. He had this idea that if you have a naval flotilla or a combination of civilian vessels along with Navy vessels, and you loaded your extra vessels with troops, weapons, things like this, you would then send in a civilian vessel with your provisions, and they would do it under cover of night. They would sneak into the harbor, drop off their payload, and then return to open sea. And if things got hairy, you'd have military recourse right there, and then you could defend yourselves. But Abraham Lincoln takes this plan and he modifies it. He says, we're not going to do this under cover of night. We're going to do it in the middle of the day. We're not going to have any sort of a military shade to this plan. It's going to be disguised as an entirely humanitarian plan. The way he does this is he says, okay, keep your ships full of troops, keep your ships full of weapons and things like this, but we're going to color this as an entirely humanitarian thing. So we're going to say that we're sending down this one ship and all it's got on it is provisions, and it's provisions for the men at Fort Sumter. And what we're going to do is we're going to say, we won't do anything military if you won't. So the first one to blink essentially wins here. Lincoln will send a message on April 6th to South Carolina Governor Francis Pickens where he says, quote, an attempt will be made to supply Fort Sumter with provisions only, and that if such an attempt is not resisted, no effort to throw in men, arms, or ammunition will be made, end quote. So you get the framing. Very obviously here, it's a humanitarian thing. We won't do anything if you don't do anything, kind of like that gentleman's agreement that was originally there in the harbor. But things get complicated because William Seward, I don't even really know what to do with William Seward at this point. He keeps interfering in matters of state. He keeps countermanding Lincoln's orders. Lincoln sends the order for the mission through the Navy Department. And then William Seward goes and he changes the order. Originally, the order was for Gustavus Fox to have a little small fleet of ships And the backbone of this little fleet was going to be the Powhatan. And the Powhatan was going to have all the military, the men, the guns, things like this. They were going to be on the Powhatan. Well, Seward is still hung up on this Fort Pickens versus Fort Sumter argument, and he decides that he actually wants the Powhatan to be sent to Fort Pickens in Florida. So he sends an order of his own that sends the Powhatan to Florida, but he doesn't tell anybody. And nobody finds out until too late. Gustavus Fox doesn't have a clue that the Powhatan is not part of the plan until he's already in South Carolina. And these ships are sent from New York down to the harbor in South Carolina. Abraham Lincoln finds out about it on April 7th, and he sends an angry note to William Seward where he orders him to countermand the order that he sent to the Powhatan. William Seward then does send a countermanded order, but of course, the Powhatan's already out in sea. They don't get the order until they're already in Florida. So Seward essentially ruins the military backbone of this plan, and it really does become a humanitarian mission because they don't have the full complement of military stuff that they would have had otherwise. But of course, Gustavus Fox doesn't know this until he arrives in Charleston Harbor, and at that point, things have already hit the fan anyway, because this mission is perceived to be an ultimatum by the Confederacy. Jefferson Davis, he sees this as you're between a rock and a hard place. As John Keegan puts it, this situation for Abraham Lincoln is a heads I win, tails you lose. Regardless, on April 9th, Jefferson Davis sends a message to PGT Beauregard where he orders him to level the fort before the relief fleet arrived, if possible. Now, I want to talk for a moment about the motives here. Abraham Lincoln's motives in this resupply plan are debated heavily. Even today, you'll have historians now that have opinions about this, and it is very interesting. I found a footnote in John Keegan's book, American Civil War, where he lays out the three different arguments that historians will make here. I will read this it's a long footnote, so just bear with me, but this is a footnote from John Keegan. Quote, "Contemporaries and historians have long debated Lincoln's motives and purposes in this Sumter resupply plan. Three main positions emerged in the debate. 1. Lincoln knew that he could save his administration and party only by war, so he deliberately manipulated the Confederacy into firing the first shot so that he could have his war at maximum political advantage. The two principal historians who advanced this interpretation, both of them Southerners, were Charles W. Ramsdell and J.S. Tilley. Now, 2. Lincoln wanted to preserve the status quo to give the policy of volunteer Reconstruction a new lease on life, but he feared that giving up Sumter would discredit the government and bolster the Confederacy in the eyes of the world. Hoping to preserve peace but willing to risk war, he devised the resupply scheme in such a way as to give Confederates the choice of peace or war. This interpretation has been advanced mainly by James G. Randall and David M. Potter. Now, number 3. Lincoln would have been happy to preserve the peace, but probably expected the Confederates to open fire. Either way, he won. Numerous historians have offered this interpretation. It is most prominently identified with Kenneth M. Stamp. He continues, "The differences between interpretations 2 and 3 are subtle and hinge on efforts to read Lincoln's mind to guess what he wanted or expected the Confederates to do. Although he never said explicitly what he wanted them to do, Lincoln had become rather disillusioned with the prospects for voluntary Reconstruction, and he had plenty of reason to believe the Confederates would open fire on a peaceful resupply effort. Therefore, interpretation 3 seems most plausible." End quote. I think this resupply plan is going to be perceived by how you perceive Abraham Lincoln. If you view him as a despotic dictator sort of a character, you're going to view him as more of option 1 there. But if you view him as a canny political maneuverer, you're going to see it through option 3's lens. But it's interesting how so much of this can be in the eye of the beholder. Even though we have some of these, concrete events, it all comes down to, what did you think about the men who made these decisions? And the way that you see these things is how all of this stuff is colored. And it's why you have such harsh debates even now about it, because it truly is, what did Lincoln want? Well, if you think he just wanted war at any cost, he was a warmonger, well, you could make the argument that if you see it through this prism, that's how everything looks to you. But if you see him as a canny political guy, you're going to see it more through that lens. And we have books written about him as the despotic dictator. We have books written about him as the canny political operator, and they view these actions through those lenses, and it sort of gives the whole thing color through those lenses. Regardless of his motivations, he delivers the message on April 6th to South Carolina. South Carolina gets in touch with the Confederacy in Montgomery, Alabama, and Jefferson Davis on April 9th orders Beauregard to level the fort. So then Beauregard sends a message to Robert Anderson, which it's fascinating because they have this personal relationship and there's almost a friendship there, or a warmness, which has been commented on. I remember I was reading Eric Larson, and he's commenting on how there's this military respect almost between Anderson and Beauregard. Anderson at one point taught Beauregard at West Point. In fact, Robert Anderson wrote the foremost manual on artillery that was used throughout the Civil War. He's considered one of the foremost thinkers of artillery in this entire period. So he's incredibly well respected in military circles, and Beauregard certainly gives him his due respect in this whole situation, but it kind of cuts both ways. It's a very odd, interesting sort of a situation when you've got such a partisan divide, and then you go and read the letters back and forth between these two men, and they're so warm. Either way, Beauregard sends the official notice that he's going to fire on the fort, and in response, so he sends 2 aides to Fort Sumter, and in response to this, Major Anderson mentions almost casually that his men are about to run out of food. Beauregard's aides return, and they mention that Anderson, casually dropped this little line about them running out of food, and Beauregard goes, wait a minute, turn around and go back, figure out what he meant by that. Beauregard writes a quick little letter to Major Robert Anderson, where he writes, quote, "In consequence of the verbal observation made by you to my aides, Chestnut and Lee, in relation to the condition of your supplies, and that you would in a few days be starved out if our guns did not batter you to pieces, or words to that effect, and desiring no useless effusion of blood, I communicated both the verbal observations and your written answer to my communications to my government. If you will state the time at which you will evacuate Fort Sumter, and agree that in the meantime you will not use your guns against us, unless ours shall be employed against Fort Sumter, we will abstain from opening fire upon you. Colonel Chestnut and Captain Lee are authorized by me to enter into such an agreement with you. You are therefore requested to communicate with them in open answer. I remain, Major, very respectfully, your obedient servant." End quote. The aides are then sent back out at 1 a.m. on April 12th with the opportunity to decide how this sort of a thing is going to go. And they ask Anderson, what did that mean? Anderson doesn't give them the response they're hoping for, and they warn him that they will fire on the fort an hour from then. So they get there at 3:30 a.m. They tell him at 4:30 a.m., we're going to start firing on Fort Sumter. Now, we talked about that moment where Anderson had the opportunity to start a war by firing on the South Carolina batteries when they fired on the Star of the West. And I try and think about Jefferson Davis in this moment in time when he sends this order up to Beauregard to fire on Sumter, because he clearly knew what this meant. There was really no ambiguity. If the Confederates were going to fire on Fort Sumter, that was a declaration of war in no uncertain terms. And it's so fascinating because, in this moment, everybody kind of feels like the other side is going to budge. In fact, there's this rumor, especially in Washington, in Lincoln's administration, that there's a pro-unionist sentiment in the South that if they would just kind of coax it out of them, it would come to the fore. They'd be like, yeah, they're not really going to do it. They still want to stay part of the Union. They don't realize the other side isn't going to budge just as much as their own side won't. And the flip side is also true. Jefferson Davis in this moment, you got to imagine that while on the one hand he is belligerent and, firm in his beliefs, there's got to be this little inkling of fear. What does this mean? Obviously, he could have had no idea what the war would lead to. Nobody could. It was terrible beyond everybody's wildest imaginations. But it's also this period, this pocket, I guess, where the old world is becoming the new. And so war, it kind of evolves as years go on until you get, 50 years from now, World War I will be the ultimate test of old world versus new. But this war, in many ways, starts out as very much an old world sort of war, and by the end of it, it's becoming very modern. And in that way, the way war kind of always beckons societies further forward, it kind of forces them to modernize in certain ways. At the beginning of these kinds of conflicts, anytime you study major wars, catastrophic wars that have enormous body counts and create endless suffering for their people, you always wonder what people thought when it started. What was the moment like maybe when they realized what they had signed up for? And I get the sense from doing a lot of reading that Davis and a lot of the other Confederates, there's this kind of change that happens from the reasons for secession, which are kind of one thing, and the reasons for prosecuting war, which are slightly different. Secession is primarily about the rights to own slaves and this white supremacy sort of a thing. And then war, it turns into we're fighting because you're arrayed against us kind of a thing. You do we got here because of this, and then this led to that, and then that led to that. And it's this long train of dominoes, I guess, until you get to the point where the story goes that Northern troops capture a Confederate, and they're asking him, because they're fascinated by it, they're like, why are you fighting? And he goes, well, because you're down here. It creates these scenarios where one thing leads to another, and you end up at that point. How do you get to that point? Anyways, Jefferson Davis, in this moment, he has, ultimate power over how this thing is going to get started, and he orders Beauregard to level the fort, and after 34 hours, Beauregard obliges him, levels Fort Sumter. A miracle is that nobody is killed in the onslaught on the fort. After a 30-plus hour barrage, Fort Sumter will be leveled. In a peculiar situation, the first casualty of the Civil War will come when Major Anderson insists on a 100-gun salute as his troops are being escorted out of the fort. On the 47th gun, Private Daniel Huff will be killed when a spark ignited a pile of cartridges. It wounded 5 others, and it eventually also killed Private Edward Galloway. So the gun salute continues for 3 more guns and is capped at a 50-gun salute, which is just hilarious, by the way. A guy dies, and we go, let's do 3 more. Let's get a nice round 50. But in the immediate aftermath of Sumter now, Lincoln has his pretext for war. And so he calls up for 75,000 volunteers from the Union states, and border states like Tennessee, Kentucky, Missouri will be furious at this call for arms because they view this as an unconstitutional act, sort of the despotic dictator sort of an act. Of course, it isn't. Again, we can view this through the lens of how do you view Lincoln? Calling up troops, is that sort of a dictatorial move? Is that a guy who sees that war is coming, also realizes that the Confederates have already called troops, so you might as well call your own as well? James McPherson writes about this in his book, Battle Cry of Freedom. Quote, "The claim that his call for troops was the cause of the Upper South's decision to secede is misleading. As the Telegraph chattered reports of the attack on Sumter April 12th and its surrender next day, Huge crowds poured into the streets of Richmond, Raleigh, Nashville, and other Upper South cities to celebrate this victory over the Yankees. These crowds waved Confederate flags and cheered the glorious cause of Southern independence. They demanded that their own states join the cause. Scores of such demonstrations took place from April 12th to 14th, before Lincoln issued his call for troops. Many conditional Unionists were swept along by this powerful tide of Southern nationalism, and others were cowed into silence." End quote. This rise of disunionist tendencies in Maryland, in Missouri, in Tennessee will all be handled differently by the Lincoln administration. Lincoln will be a strong-armed politician when it comes to Maryland. In fact, he will suspend habeas corpus, which is, I think if you're going to do a scorecard of the Lincoln administration and you're looking at the pros and cons, probably chief among the cons is this decision right here after Fort Sumter on April 27th, when he suspends habeas corpus. Again, this is all perceived through the lens which you view Lincoln. If you view him as a dictator, well, this looks pretty dictatorial. If you view him as the savior of the Union, or somebody whose chief aims are to protect the Union from itself, well, this looks like a very effective move because ultimately Maryland does not secede. So you look at, well, he suspends habeas corpus, it prevents Maryland from seceding. Okay, great. It was a successful move. But also when you're looking at this through just a purely constitutional sense, it gets very, very hairy. You can look at this as this is a very normal occurrence for 18th century, or I should say 19th century world leaders. And in that sense, if it's very, very normal, where's the line? It gets very fuzzy. Lincoln will cite the commander-in-chief powers as the reason why he did what he did with habeas corpus. His critics, obviously, they thought it was tyrannical. Lincoln will cite President Jefferson in his defense of the suspension of habeas corpus. His biographer, John Meacham, writes this, quote, "In this, he was working within the tradition of President Jefferson, who had argued that the executive had implied powers to protect and extend the country's interests. As president, Jefferson had seen the office as that of a guardian, writing, now quoting Jefferson, 'It is the case of a guardian investing the money of his ward in purchasing an important adjacent territory and saying to him when of age, I did this for your good.'" End quote. He's referring to when Jefferson purchased the Louisiana Purchase from Napoleon, which wasn't strictly constitutional, but Jefferson viewed it as an act that he did for the nation's good. Ultimately, it was an act for the nation's good. It was a great deal, so you just sort of jump and do it, even though it's not strictly constitutional. It's those matters of gray area where it becomes very, very, it becomes a judgment call for that specific president, and then it's left down to posterity to decide what it means. Some of the legal vernacular when it comes to suspending habeas corpus, or essentially suspending a citizen's right to fair trial, it gets very odd because this is an act that Congress has, and Lincoln made this judgment while Congress was not in session. He made this judgment as an expectation that Congress would ratify it later, which they did. So it's a question of, can he do this when Congress isn't in session? He says, as the commander-in-chief, he is able to make this decision, and then it's up to Congress later to decide whether or not that was the right decision, and they can have the final say on it. He will suspend habeas corpus multiple times throughout the Civil War, and never again will it happen to where it's this gray area. He will do it with full congressional approval later on. The specific thing that he does with suspending habeas corpus just after Fort Sumter is that he keeps it along the railroad corridor from Philadelphia to Washington, D.C., which in theory is done sort of as a preventative measure to protect the rail line, to keep supply lines open. You have all this legalese, and it gets to a point where it becomes a judgment call on either side. Of course, you're viewing this through the lens of how do you view Lincoln. Chief Justice Roger Taney, our good friend of the Dred Scott decision, will make a ruling that says that this act was unconstitutional, and Lincoln will ignore it. The United States at this moment is swept up in so much fervor we have the benefit of hindsight now when we go back and ask questions like, why did men fight? Why was there such an outpouring of passion that lasted 4 years and claimed the lives of nearly 700,000 individuals? And you wonder, could this all have been averted when we're looking back on it, right? Military historians look at the cost and say, was it worth all that? And then you look at Abraham Lincoln and you wonder to yourself, was he ready for the job? It's an interesting question because, he develops into a great war president by the end of it, but at the beginning, he doesn't have a clue what he's doing. Nobody knows really what they're doing. You got the general in the United States is an old guy named Winfield Scott, who was a hero of the Mexican-American War. But of course, the Mexican-American War is now 20 years gone, and all the heroes, well, several of the heroes of the Mexican-American War are now just old men. They're theorists. They have ideas. But when it comes to the actual fighting, there's going to be a new generation of men that will rise up to take the mantle of the fight. And you wonder, because this whole show has been a study in policy, a study in politics. It's about, the people and how they felt the things they felt and why we got to a point where we are right now. This whole show, this 4-hour show, is to get us to the point where men are looking at each other across these fields in rural, the United States, and Gettysburg, Vicksburg, Fredericksburg, where they're looking across these fields and they're seeing their brothers, their cousins, and they're shouldering their muskets and they're marching into the face of, hails of bullets. And you wonder, what caused all of that? What caused some of these ghastly wounds? What caused this great divide? And I think, too, in the reading that I've done about the causes of this thing, why men joined, what was this fervor so, why were men so fervent about this? And it's hard to put a finger on it, but, reading a lot of letters, it seems like it's a sort of thing where people are swept up in the moment. It seems clear, too, that on both sides of this, men felt a distinct sense of obligation to their duty to go defend home and hearth if you're a Southerner, to go defend slavery in some cases, to defend the virtue of those innocent, to defend their rights. Whatever the reason or the invocation was, it was a duty that I must go. And the same thing was felt in the North, a distinct sense of duty that they must go. You can read letters from foreign-born sons that are, writing their fathers, and in some cases, too, fathers, maybe if they were German, who have witnessed civil war before, they know what they're signing up for when they're going to fight. And, of course, the German civil wars are nowhere near as nasty as this one will be. But you have one son who's writing to his father that it's everyone's duty to enlist if he possibly can, and why is it not mine as much as other people's? If you're not willing to send your sons, why should others be willing to send theirs? A recruit in the 11th Michigan wrote to his fiancée, and his fiancée's begging with him, please don't go, don't enlist, and he writes to her, quote, no, Jenny, while your happiness is as dear to me as life, duty prompts me to go. My country first, home and friends next. Jenny, what friends would be to me if I had no country? End quote. You've got 3 months men that are signing up in the Union Army initially, and there's a quote from a lieutenant in a Pennsylvania regiment that says, quote, I will not enlist for a longer period than 3 months unless my country needs me, in which event I would enlist for life, end quote. That individual would re-up, and he would be captured at Gettysburg, eventually dying in Libby prison. Honor and duty were blended together. There's an account of a Southerner who rebukes his wife when his wife is telling him not to go, and he tells her, How can you ask me to remain at home an idle spectator? My honor, my duty, your reputation, and that of my darling little boy call me forth when our bleeding country needs the services of every man." End quote. There's a military theorist who is famous in military circles. His name is Karl von Clausewitz. He's still cited today. He's, I think, in a lot of ways considered the father of Western war, or at least his ability to theorize Western war perhaps better than anybody else. And I think he summarizes what this show is maybe better than anything else. In a little pithy quote, he writes, "What I think Abraham Lincoln and the Republicans would have thought, what the Democrats and the slave-holding ideologues would have thought, while the men are bound by duty and bound by honor to go and fight for their country, to either preserve or defend it, you have politicians in Washington that have been grappling with this issue for years on end and finding no compromise, their inability to do the thing which Americans are so good at doing. They would have realized that this was the only recourse because, as Karl von Clausewitz describes it, war is merely a continuation of politics by other means. And thus, the reasons for the fight sort of fade away. Initially, men are motivated by this, that, or the other. But the reasons for the fight fade away, and everything becomes the fight itself. And the fight will be bloody. It will bleed the country white. And it will begin in a little junction of railroad at a town called Manassas, Virginia, when politicians and their wives will go out to picnic thinking, oh, this will be such a dandy of a time, and it will devolve into mayhem and pandemonium as the United States of America will be reminded, they'll need to learn the lesson again, they'll be reminded what war really is. You might be wondering to yourself, how on earth did you manage to start a Civil War series and not mention a singular battle in the Civil War? Well, I understand, and I feel this myself. In fact, when I was doing the outline for this show, I initially had some more, actual fighting in it, and then I just realized, no, this is a show about what the war was even about, what caused it. Because as I've been researching this, I realized that in order to understand the Civil War itself, you have to know what it was about and then what it meant. And I think those two things are incredibly key to this whole thing because, especially as an American, especially as somebody who is born in the South, you can't understand the impact of Fredericksburg, of Gettysburg, of Vicksburg, or the Overland Campaign unless you understand what these campaigns were fought in service for. Why did men fight? That, to me, is a key of this entire thing. What were the political decisions made here and there that led to this thing? And then what were the decisions made after the war that changed what it all meant and the legacy of it? I think that is something that we as Americans grapple with even still today. We're still having arguments and debates about what did it mean? What is its legacy? How can we, celebrate it and yet understand it within its proper context? These are things that we are still dealing with today. So this show, you will see, there are no matters military, but we will get into those in the next episode of To the Sound of Distant Guns. We're going to start dealing with the military matters in To the Sound of Distant Guns, Part 2. A final note before we get out of here, if you enjoyed this show, if you enjoyed the other shows, and you want to support my work, maybe even just in a little small way, you can do that over on Patreon. If you're a Patreon member, you can get access to these shows early. You're going to get them before anybody else gets the chance to listen to them. You can also join the community where we're talking about books, we're talking about history and some of these fantastic things as well. I'm also working on an audio production course that will go on the Patreon as well. So if you want to learn maybe how I make these shows and put them together, and you want to support me a little bit, go check out Patreon. Links for that will be in the description below. Also, we've got a newsletter for the podcast. It's on Substack. We've got a link for the Substack newsletter below. I send out a message once a week. It might be a history subject. It might be an update about the podcast, but it comes out once a week. It's like clockwork. So subscribe to that. Link for that is in the show notes below. And finally, last announcement here, we've got a bibliography for the show. I like to think of bibliographies and source material as a list of book recommendations. Well, it's the books that I've taken down for this show so far. There's quite a few of them over there. So if you're curious where the sources are for this show and what I've been reading when I'm making this show, I think you might find that really interesting. So go check out the bibliography. And I would be remiss without thanking all of you for listening, for sharing, for telling a friend, for leaving ratings and reviews on these episodes. It really does mean the world to me. I am beholden to you. I'm incredibly thankful to each and every one of you. You make this a really, really fun gig. So thank you so much. And I hope to see you again very soon.